Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Thursday, 31st of August 2023, and we're back for some more Oxygen Not Included. It's end of the month already. That's really crept up on me pretty quick. But hey, at least the Oxygen Not Included seems to be going well so far. Our colony is still alive. No huge disasters. I think we do still have like a water supply issue. It's not like a disaster yet, but it's heading towards it. So that's kind of our priority number one. I think we played around with a few things in the last session that didn't really work out, so hopefully we can get that together today. Last session also, we got a good amount kind of tidied up, prepared for various things we're working on. I think it was quite a positive outcome in the end. Hopefully we can get a good amount done today as well. As I say, we're like halfway through setting up a thermo nullifier in an attempt to cool down our water supply so we don't like burning ourselves when we go to the toilet. Would be nice. So that's kind of important, I think, just improving water supply, water storage and temperature control of it. While we're there, we can improve temperature control in the base. We only recently put it into place, but we can improve it. Why not? Hopefully, we'll see how that goes, if the system works. Then we continue with our general plan to like increase our population. I would like to bring 8 more people in, so we'll need to reorganize some stuff, make room for them, and also make sure we're supplying everything they need. The oxygen generation is kind of in place, needs finishing off, but it's done, you know, a lot of it. And we're going to need like more food, I think, is probably the next thing. I imagine we'll sort out the water situation, and then probably food, I think, will be priority. And we also, like, I want to continue taking the base down towards the oil, because I want petrol for various kind of progression things. So we want to increase our population. We also want to progress in technology level or whatever, while avoiding any new disasters. Let's keep our fingers crossed all the time, but you know, so far so good. It's easy mode. We're doing all right. Let's get ourselves into the game. Let's get things unpaused and catch up with what we need to do. We're just kind of tidying this up. Took a few different designs, but eventually we've got something I'm happy with. I might like to dig a little at the top there and at that edge. Might put like a roof in or something so we're not constantly getting melting ice dribbling into what we're doing here. Just get that dug out first. They can jump that, so that's fine. I want them to sweep this up. They can't sweep the ice. Okay. Or the crushed ice. True enough. I mean, the best thing would be to put it in this room, I guess. So we can just melt and become water that we can use. Seems fine. Just put a storage bin in. Set it to be ice and crushed ice. And when everything's tidied up, we'll remove the bin. It'll drop on the floor and melt quicker. And become usable water at a nice temperature. Maybe too cold, but it'll balance out with what's there. I did go back, so in the last session we looked at the liquid reservoirs and cooling. So we've got radiant pipes in a specific location underneath them, because I had read underneath the green block is where temperature is exchanged with the internal liquid. And it just doesn't seem to be working. The temperature inside isn't dropping, even though 20-degree brine is coming past it in the radiant pipe. I don't know why. I didn't misread or anything. You know, the wiki does say it was confirmed in some patch notes at some point, but that tile down there is transferring. It's not transferring particularly well, I guess, because it's just a block of, well, carbon dioxide or oxygen. It's not particularly good at transferring heat, but it should do it. And it's just not changing at all. Not creating a hot spot or a balanced spot or anything, so I don't know what I'm missing there. I have no idea. But yeah, it just doesn't work, so we're not going to do that. That's fine. This new system will work better anyway. We're going to drop this down a level. We will put reservoirs inside the water pond, because then we can just store more water. So instead of venting immediately, it'll probably go into a series of reservoirs and then vent after the last one. So if we fill the room with water, we then fill in a bunch of reservoirs and we just hold a lot more in the same physical space. So that's fine. Just, yeah, this boiling hot water needs somewhere to go, as does many other things. That's ready. So where do we find ice? Liquefiable, right? Yeah. Ice, crushed ice. Don't want to put polluted ice in there. Snow can. The polluted ice, I don't know what we'll do. If there is any here. Yep. I guess we'll just manually put that in this room. Might as well. I don't... Not a pleasant room to go into. Maybe we should just throw it off the side of the base or something over here, but it'll be fine. They can deal with that. Would like them to... I guess I'd like them to sweep that up too. Except... Sure. Put your polluted ice in there. You can fill in those corners. You can keep dismantling that ladder. Can't do the other one yet. I don't need them to sweep up whatever's over there. Just, yeah, keep telling them what they're doing. There's stuff here, but well, it's just rock and ice, which we don't really need. A bit of water there. Probably melted ice. Mop, sweep. So we'll do all that. We can extend. It's the pipe that's coming up at the moment. What is that? Just an igneous rock pipe. Doesn't need to be insulated or radiant or anything like that. Doesn't really matter what temperature the hydrogen is when it comes up, I don't think. Nullifier should make everything cold enough. Now they can't build in the middle there, they can't reach, so I guess we're going to go like that. Fine. What do we want to do first? Supply it or fill the room? I mean, filling the room is just a one-off thing. Once it's full, it's full. But we do need it full before... Well, we need to vacuum it out before we fill it. But that's fine, because this pipe is actually empty at the moment. Yeah, I think the priority should be filling. Should I put a bridge in? Might be too cold. No, be fine, because it's just going to have hydrogen in and that'll be happy enough. Just bridge and then vent at the top. We can vent down the corner here. Like, we can. Might be better, actually, because the hydrogen is light. Well, no, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a vacuum. It doesn't matter where we put it. It's going to spread. That won't matter. But it is a bit simpler if we just... At the same level, maybe? Put the vent there. Half one way, half the other. Can't build over the top of the building. Just confusing myself about what order we want to do it in. We want to fill the room first. Because if the room's not full, we might have issues transferring the coldness. So we do want to do that first. Which means we want to bridge onto the vent. And then put the rest in there. That's a bit fiddly, awkward. Let's do the thing. Bridge there. Get that cancelled. Bridge there. Pipe up above the building. Put the vent in. And it, it might as well stay there. If, I guess once the room is full of hydrogen, we could go in and dismantle that. Because job done. It's going to be a little ugly, but I think we'll live with it. And then that. So fill the room first, then it'll feed the nullifier. When the room is full, this will become overpressured and it will just all back up and go into the nullifier, so it's all good. We do need to... I can't fit a gas pump inside the middle bit, so we need to vacuum the whole thing, then go in and block this off without introducing anything. Then that can be filled with hydrogen and we block the other one off as well. It's always a bit fiddly. That deconstructed. They still haven't picked that up, so can't do that yet. It's fine. Well, that's good. That brings those pipes up. The liquid pipes are going to be a mess. There's a lot of them, and we need various controls on them. So we want a loop here, and we want to feed on and off the loop depending on temperature. So we could kind of do with just a room underneath, maybe, where we have all the sensors, all the triggers. I mean, they can go in the vacuum underneath, I guess. if we can poke my fingers around randomly, if we can make sense of it all. We come down here, and then it's just twice. We need a sensor and a bridge, with a bridging on with a sensor. No, hang on. It comes around, and if it's too cold, the sensor senses and sends it off loop to go and be used, warmed up. And not like too cold, but acceptable temperature, without going so cold that it'll freeze and break stuff. That brings stuff off, and then coming on loop, the sensors are back in the base. They send it up here in the first place because it's too hot. I guess it's possible it would become too cold, but then we don't want to, like, I guess we do want to not put it on. So it's kind of two loops touching with two sensor points back and forth. It's complicated. Oh, the ice storage is full. Okay. Let's change it to, what is going on here? Sweep only. Dump out what's already in there. Yep, so that's on the floor melting and turning into water. Somehow, I guess they were carrying a block of polluted ice and it melted in their hands. So we need to mop that mess up. Nothing ever quite goes to plan. That's a lot of mess for one little bit of ice. Oh well. That's a lot of mess. It's probably just still dribbling. Can't tell. It's still going. Okay. That looks like it. I could do with getting that off the bottom down there so we're not spreading polluted oxygen everywhere. That's in there, that's in there, that's fine. Sweep that up too. That's set to sweep only, so everything that I've marked can still be taken away. Just take them too. And that while you're at it. They can't reach that vent. Good point. So we're going to have to build a ladder and then get rid of it. They're built all the way up and over, yeah? Everything we need there. I think we can get rid of that ladder successfully now. Check our freebies. Lots to juggle. Always lots to juggle. Don't want any of them. Nothing to stress about, I don't think. We're like safe, it's just there's always so much to juggle. Confusing. Still tidying. But they've got that done. Now let's be careful. Remove the ladder without removing the pipe behind it. We need to get better at doing that. Get that done. It's just taking another look at this. 2 loops. And then the loops that come up. Yeah, we can just, I don't know. Because it needs to be a loop, so we can have, but with a gap, a loop with a gap between them. The gap can be the vacuum. So I do kind of want to just a room below. To that end. Should we get down here and just dig out everything underneath it? Make a... Ideally, it'll be in line with the base. I know we're kind of like off-grid now, but it would be nice if things did line up, but that's too far down. And that's too far up, so yeah, that's not going to happen. Let's just make it 4 away. No, let's make it 2 away. What do we need to fit in? 2 loops. 4 away. Let's build that underneath. Create some kind of access to it. Get all of that dug out as well, we'll get that done, and all of that. Plus a little bit of a borderline. That can be swept. It is just, yeah, stuff seems to just fall on the top, so after a while I think we should stop trying to tidy it up. But we'll do that and we'll see if we can keep it tidy. Let's keep going, again, being careful what I deconstruct. Get rid of them. Sweep that up. We're getting close. That end can probably be blocked off. Unless they go and start digging first, which... we'll see what happens. Yeah, they're going to get themselves trapped. Let's be patient and not invite trouble. Ah, now they can't reach on this side. Okay. Then it's safe to block it off if they can't reach. Don't know why they choose to just stand in the freezing cold. Well, it's actually pretty warm in that room. Interesting. I guess that's from them, like, being here and walking around. They are hot-bodied at 37 degrees, so yeah, they're heating the room up. Okay. That's all fine. Just need to work out... that should actually be going down there. And that's not part of it. So that could be tile. Get rid of those bits of ladder and then we'll do that. They're not stuck, are they? No. They're low oxygen, but there's... oh, they are stuck. That's going to be difficult to tidy up, but okay. We'll deal with that later. Mop up the last of the bits of ladder we deconstructed and everything. Good, and then you get in there. Make sure they can reach everything in there. Somehow. Ladder there. Should reach. Give it a go. Any other trouble at the moment? Nothing to stress about. There's a lot of chlorine down here that should be balancing out better, but it doesn't matter. If we're going to dig down soon, then we'll live. We'll work it out. Looted ice is going to melt, isn't it? Yeah, because there's heat in there, quite a lot. Fine. Has Gossman got himself stuck? He's about to build himself in, isn't he? He can't breathe. He's stood in water, but he thinks it's a good idea to build the ceiling above his head. It's 3 up, so no, he can't reach that. Silly dupes. Always getting themselves into trouble. There. Okay. Deconstruct that bit. No, because someone else has come inside. It's because there's materials here and they're the closest materials, so they want to use them. Like, I get it. It's annoying. Apparently they can't reach that. Not sure what that's about. Lock that in. We've made a mess of liquids here, but we'll live. We can get rid of that ladder. Do I want to roof this off so that it doesn't make a mess? Further down, maybe. Let's put it in line with there. Yeah, we can do that. Although that's now... yeah, don't do that. Because it'll just dribble all the way along and down the ladder. It's all good. That's weird, but we're fine. Let them sleep a little bit, and then we'll gradually get this all sorted out how it should be. Just need to create the airlock. Which, interesting point from the last session, an airlock formed itself from water and polluted water in the gap here. We were going to use that to lock off the vacuum, and then it just disappeared. And I thought it's because I'd accidentally kind of put a mop order over it, and they'd somehow broken it. But I happened to catch that part of the VOD while I was trimming the end up, and that's not what happened. It just fell apart. I don't know why. I don't know the rules on it. But the liquids that were there just fell out of place. It might be to do with density, like there was just a small amount of liquid maybe. Needed more in each blob. Or maybe there's too much in each blob and you need less, or something like that. But for whatever reason, it wasn't my fault. Need them to reach that ceiling there. Good, then get rid of the rest of that. Except they need a bit more to reach that. Oops. We made a pretty big mess there. Let's just dig a little bit more here to take some of the liquid away. Then we'll block the end off and mop the rest up. Should we vacuum this out? We could actually. We could cut the bottom of this away. Just vacuum the whole lot. Doesn't seem like the best idea. I mean, it's going to be full of nasty gases. So vacuum it might not make any difference at all, but... oh yeah, I'd kind of rather not. We'll see. Like, we could put the airflow in on the edges and oxygen would find its way in. Yeah. Let's get rid of this liquid first. It's gonna take a bit of mopping. But I do like the place to be tidy if we can. Mop, 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 mop. All mopped. Sweep it. Build the wall in. That's unreachable? Thought they could jump to that ladder. I guess not. Oops. And then, yep, now a bit safer. I don't think I'm going to break through the wall there. We just have the usual airflow, but then keep it blocked off. Anything else exploded while we're not looking? Doesn't... ah, something's dribbling. Don't know where from, but water has... oh, maybe someone carrying some ice. Something silly like that. Let's get all that mopped up as well then. Guys are good at making a mess and getting themselves into trouble. But oh well. It's now occasionally pumping. I'm tempted to turn that sensor off is the only thing here. Like the chlorine's pooling on the right hand edge here. And if we just turned the sensor off on this pump and had it pumping all the time, it would keep it moving and actually get it sorted out. Put into the... although the tanks are almost full. Uh-oh. But still. It might be nicer. Can I just... disable it? That's not really what we want. Set the filter to be all? No. Set it to none, but then it'll always be off. Whereas I want it, like, whatever it senses, go. I can sit here and just manually flick it between the things that it currently is, but fine. For now, we'll just leave it be. Get that all mopped up. Whatever other mess they've made. That's built in, so they can get rid of that bit of ladder. Does that mean they won't be able to pick up the rock that's returned? Guess we'll find out. It's there. It's not red or anything, but I don't know if it goes red because of unreachable. Achievement. What did I do? Reach cycle 365 and a quarter. We've survived a year. Somehow, we've survived a whole year. New printables. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have water. And we'll find out. I'm pretty sure it delivers it in a bottle. It doesn't just spill everywhere. Yeah, good. Okay. Free water. It's all good. It's interesting that it said we had 7 tons of water when we got 15 in reservoirs and then more that's not. Maybe it was only measuring what's in bottles. We had 7 tons of water in bottles down here or something. potentially. Okay, let's take another little look. We're going to need that ladder back so I can get in there, but never mind. We want... So what is this at the moment? Behind there, igneous rock insulated pipe. Doesn't really need to be. Does it need to be? Well, it should actually, because it's potentially hot. Like, the reason it's coming up here is because it's hot. So potentially the liquid in these loops is hot, so we should insulate it to stop that spreading in the base. So bring that down. And then connect it in. Like that. Yes, they are going to need that ladder back so they can get over to this side, and they're going to need a ladder on this side to reach the top, and they're going to need to take that piece out so they can reach the one that's in there diagonally. Oops. And that should be okay. They should reach everything from the inside. Underneath. So we'll just a couple of low-flying jet aircraft, making it hard to think. If you probably while I'm talking, you can pick that up. In general, can't. It depends how good the AI is. I never know whether you guys can hear what's outside the window or not. Usually just an annoying dog barking. Yeah, I think 3, maybe 2 low-flying jet aircraft just now. Very nice. So the next stage, I need bridges. We're going to come on loop, off loop, on loop, and off loop. It's okay to do that in the wall. That's fine. Then we need sensors. That's not going to work there. Okay, we're going to do that different then. Can't put a sensor in the wall, so that's no good. We need to reverse that loop. Not ideal, but it's okay. The one on the left is going clockwise, the one on the right is going to go counterclockwise. So it's going to go off loop there and on loop there. So as it's coming round, in order to come off, I don't want bridges. I want shut-offs. Yeah. Is that right? We don't want... Bridges allow priority, but they don't, like, switch. Yeah, we need shut-offs, which means actually I want to bring them pipes into the room. Insulated ones, into the room. So you can't... Oh, I can reach now, yeah, that's fine. And those I can reach from underneath, so that's fine. Should be fine. That means we're going to need to run power up here to do the... I didn't want to run power up to do the aqua tuners, thermo aqua tuners, but we're going to have to run them up for the switching using the shutoffs. It's less power, at least that's an advantage. So that is on loop, that is off loop, and now we can keep them both going clockwise, on loop and off loop. No, we can't. Because the off loop we need a sensor just before it, so no. Still needs to be the other way round. Could do them both the other way round, I guess. But no, the mirror's... Maybe the mirror's kind of nice. Maybe. So that's off, that's on. So before the offs, which is on these bottom corners, we're going to need liquid pipe thermo sensor. If the temperature's acceptable to go back into the base, then we turn the shutoff on and it pumps it onto the outbound loops, which are not going to fit here. We might need to make this room taller. Not ideal, but it's okay. Multi-layered or something. Fine. So that's, say, brine in, brine out. Water out, water in. If it runs through the floor, that's okay, isn't it? Maybe not ideal, but it's okay. If I made the room 1 taller, it would just be a little inconsistent, which I don't love. Could move these 2 to be on the edge here. Could do. And then, yeah, line things up a bit different. We could do that. If I move that pipe in and then bring it out here, it would not be symmetrical then. It would like the piping layer would definitely not, but it would bring everything into this room. Do I care enough? Or it just runs through the floor? I think it's okay to run through the floor. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm okay with that. So let's not cancel the things I just cancelled. That is on loop. That is off. Yeah, and then thermosensor there. Bit of wire between them. That's fine. And then plumbing, insulated pipe. So there's a pipeline that's going to come in. It's carrying hot brine. It'll jump on loop and start going round. We need to put a bridge in to tell it what direction the loop's supposed to go. Because at the moment it's probably just going to go the wrong way round. But that's okay, we can do that. Somewhere. We'll work that out in a second. We want another thermosensor here. So if the inbound hits there and it's too cold, again, I don't see that happening. The area around here isn't cold enough. Things are being sent this way because they're too hot. They're in insulated pipe, at least for part of that journey. So they're not going to come here if they're too cold. Unless we do send this counterclockwise with the sensor in the middle there. So it will go on loop, but it's too cold, so it'll just come off loop again immediately. That could work. We wouldn't need both of those. We would need... So that's joined up in a way I don't like. I want that bit inside there to be the regular... Is it wolframite? Yeah. But I don't know. Sometimes the plan makes it look like it's going to be a certain way, but then when they build it, the two pieces join and it's different. But there, that's what I want, I think. And I wanted to... Oh, they did grab that to build something with. Nice. That looks better. It's the right thing on the inside. That can actually move now, or be different. It doesn't need to move, but it can be different. Also, don't build them yet, because I'm probably going to move them. We'll see. But yeah, keep it clear for now while I get my head around this. Could take a while. We still need a shutoff to come off the loop with a sensor before it. So that can go in the middle of the bottom here. The sensor can go just before it, and then the inbound pipe can run along here. As long as we have a bridge that tells it the correct route to take somewhere in the loop, which is going to be like less insulated or whatever. Even so, we need a priority here. We want things on the loop to keep moving. We need things on the loop to keep moving, so it's best to have the bridge there. So stuff on the loop takes the priority. Should work, as long as there's something else on this loop further back that tells it it's pushing, not going that way. Okay, so let's... Pipes behind there need deconstructing so they don't confuse the bridge about where to go. And then we're probably going to do exactly the same here, so it's... although actually... In this case I would like it to go the other way so the bridge is hidden in the wall. If I go on this layer I can deconstruct those three bits easier. So they're going to be going that way round. So yeah, the inbound's going to come on the right. So we'll have sensor Thermosensor there, shut off there. I think. This will bring all the pipes into the room as well. Now, so I'll have one pipe at this layer, which is outbound from there, and then inbound to there. Bridge. What options do I have? We normally do obsidian. That is reactive, so that's where we're using wolframite. Oops. So I want igneous rock. Slow heating, yeah, because that's the same as what we're making the insulation from. Although it will be different. I think. That to there, and that to there, and then join that end. Complete the loop. And that joins into the loop, but it'll be a lower priority than what's coming over the bridge. In theory, I think we've seen a couple times on our existing loop where that hasn't quite worked like I wanted, but I'm sure it's fine. This also hasn't done what I wanted. It's wolframite behind the tile now as well. I don't want that. I want that one you can see to be wolframite. Which it says it is, like this square contains wolframite pipe. But if I put in an igneous rock that joins it, it seems to be changing it. Like at the moment it's white to say it's not an insulated pipe. And if they build this, it changes it. So I'm not asking them to change that pipe, but they change it. Okay. They're both where it's coming in, so it's less of an issue. I don't understand that at all. Like they changed a bit of pipe I didn't ask them to change. Why? And oops, on that side. Of all those options, I'd rather have wolframite there. I don't know. We'll see what those instructions end up with. Oh, when we can have built all that, we can get rid of those bits of ladder. Okay, that's that. That's that. We need little bits of wire. Sensor to shut off. Okay, so far. I guess it's just sleepy time. They'll come over finish tomorrow. What are we missing? We're missing the vacuum pump, obviously, but that's fine. It's a temporary thing anyway. Hopefully. We will want to do something here. We need to make ourselves an airlock. So either we try and make a mechanical one, which I'm not confident on, or we do the liquid one, which we need to like make it ourselves, which I've not done before. Shouldn't be complicated, but those pipes will be in the way, unless we just build a new one further back, which we can. Could do that. Or we try and do a mechanical one. All you need is 2 doors, and the second one... Don't know where that came from, that bit of water. The second door can't open if the first one is open. Which I don't know how to do. Doors just receive signals telling them to open or close, I think. I don't think they output anything. Mechanized. Current state opened. Can we... I don't think you can get that in as a signal. Let's make it wide enough. And with a pump inside that is sucking any gases out. As long as that pump works quick enough. All of that's going to need power that we don't currently have. In theory. This loop's actually not really being used, but... You know. We'll see. Oh, yeah, need to run the wiring up here. Sweep that up. Okay, that's good, right? Is it ready? Can I take that ladder away now? I think I can. You still need that ladder so they can block that off once we've vacuumed it out. Let's try. We'll make our liquid lock back here somewhere. That's all good. So down here, more plumbing. Output of that's going into that. Those are the 4 lines for the loops, which we need to kind of spread around the base and work out. So we kind of need to dismantle what's here to get that plugged in. But in terms of, so this is no longer relevant. The pipe, deconstruct that. Well, I mean, yeah, this is no longer relevant. So why don't we disconnect the whole thing here? That pipe. The hot water. This is kind of in the way. So we're going to bring it down instead, probably. And bridge here. So we need to kind of get in that room, which will have to wait. But we can, yeah, dismantle that one on that corner. And then we empty the pipes when they've done that. I've done that, but as always, can't avoid making a mess. That's alright, keeps getting down there. Cancel those ones. Not more, none of it's polluted, so that's not going to make a bad air or anything, that's fine. Good, good, good. So that's done. Let's check plumbing layer. That has emptied itself by keeping going. This one could do with emptying. Could do with emptying what's between the reservoirs, but I don't know if they're just going to immediately. This empty pipe thing doesn't seem very good. If I empty all those lines, it's just going to fill them again. It like doesn't tell them, yeah, to stop. The initial one's fine. Where have I got? Deconstruct all of that. And there. That lot going in. I mean, I don't want to lose this water. I know it's too hot, but we can potentially feed it back in and cool it down and whatever. Give it all that. I think we're just going to have to make a mess, as always. I wish that empty pipe thing actually helped, but it doesn't seem to. We'll see. Deconstruct all that, make a mess, and then I'll, yeah, look at the piping. So we just need to take hot water, which is going to live inside this box. And we'll output metal refinery hot water into that box as well. Which we can change, like when this is dormant or something, we can change how that works. But it doesn't need to go into the box, it can just join the line and go for cooling, that's fine. Those bits of pipe need taking away if we're going down. But we do want to take, yeah, so bridge here, made of igneous rock, yeah. And then this is in the way, but that's also moving. Also can move. This bit's a bit fiddly. I don't want to just stop it and empty it. Like the whole loop. What can I do for that? I can get this valve. No, I can't make it any stricter. But we can just get rid of the bit of pipe after it. Do I need that valve anymore? I think we do. Yeah. Let's keep the valve, but get rid of the bit of pipe under. And eventually that will all actually get deleted, but it may not be quick enough for us. We want to move that the whole cooling loop within the base needs to move. So rather than just being around the middle, kind of want it to go all the way over, up, and down again. It's a much bigger loop, though that's not ideal. There's that mess they've made, but there we go. There's water here as well. It happens. I see, we leave that running a while. That'll have to be what it is. Mop that up. So he's emptying... I've asked him to empty the pipe, so he's emptying the output pipe of the reservoir, which is just deleting the contents bit by bit. But it's just going to keep adding more in, so yeah, it's not helpful in terms of avoiding a mess. That bit's somehow disconnected. Oh, I know how we can stop them flowing. We take their floors away, the building gets disabled. Disabled by missing tile, so now it won't actually be releasing any liquid. So if we now empty pipe, not on the... yeah, on all those pipes, it should actually just empty them and not empty the reservoir, unless... we'll see. It says he's doing it. And the pipe is cleared out properly. And this one on the output. Yeah, that worked. Okay, perfect. Now we can get rid of those bits of pipe. We'll just have 3 reservoirs of hot water to empty into the cooling loop at some point in the future. Which, they do need a tile to sit on for that to work. What? Take some free seeds for now. That's safe enough. Okay. Where have we got to with brine? So this section is empty. We can deconstruct that. And then this set of sensors and stuff is going to move. Work that out. Shouldn't need that. Should just use a bridge. I know we put it there because the bridge wasn't working, but it should. So, yeah, anyway. Quite like, I guess, to finish building in the bottom right corner, so we have a square. So I would want to switch the base into 2 loops, if we can do that. So 1 loop around the industrial area, and 1 loop around the living area. And then each of those will output onto a heading towards the cooling loop, which they can share. They should be able to share. They can definitely share it if we split the supply. So we have 1 line out of here onto 2 different loops. Each loop will never fill in. It will always be blob gap, or should be. I doubt that'll actually happen, but it should be blob gap, which should be fine in terms of getting stuff cold, but then means when they combine to go for cooling, they're never waiting or being slowed down, because you need it to keep moving in order to keep cooling. It's awkward. Very awkward. I'm sure we can work it out though. I think I want to start from scratch, so deconstruct the entire current loop, except that line at the bottom there. Just worried when they deconstruct that it'll fall. I mean, we can find out. Deconstruct it, and if it falls into the room below, then that'll annoy me, but we'll live. And don't take out the ones that have liquid in at the moment. This whole thing that deletes the liquid can go, although we need to empty the loop out first. If I ask them to empty pipe on the last blob, it should all just kind of flow in and get deleted, I hope. We'll see. Or we can just sit there and heat up and then go for deletion. But we're not going to be deleting overheated liquid anymore, so that whole system's coming out. Which is nice, actually. Because I'd rather not be doing it. Get rid of that. So 1 loop is going to come down. It needs to do the oxygen making. It needs to properly go through there. Then just send it on a loop around the bottom here, just to balance the atmosphere. Maybe around the coal. So it'll stop under the water. And the second loop will be above the water. Though even then, it's not... I don't want to send fresh minus 10 degree, minus 3 degree brine around the living quarters. It's too cold. So do we just send everything through the oxygen loop because we know it'll come out of this warm? If it's too warm, we send it for be cool, but if it's comfortably warm, then send it around there everywhere else. I guess that's the point. We can do one loop, but it needs multiple points on that loop where it will like break off to go for cooling. That has no power. What have I done? Don't know when I broke that. It's probably been a while. And they're reconnected. I mean, that's all that. Deconstruct a bit more. The brine loop. That's pretty much all of it. Let's empty pipe down here. That's magically sucked itself off to go for deletion. That's nice. Helpful. Deconstruct that. Tiny little bit still there. I think we're going to end up with a little bit of a mess. But we'll live. That can all come out. Just go for it. Get the mops ready. Lob there. And the usual all the way down there. Good. So in terms of this, we just need it to run its cycle one more time. And we're good. That's empty. So we can deconstruct all of that. And change a lot of this insulation to regular tile, actually. I don't like need to change it, but why not? No need for it to be insulated either anymore. So if they do that, we get to reclaim quite a bit of copper. Nice. Okay. Don't want to have this switched off for too long, but we'll be alright for quite a while. Let's get that. So how do we do this? It's granite normally for the decoration bonus, and then wolframite where the exchange of temperature is important. So we want the loop to probably come down the side here at the end. Would it be 1 over? What do we got? We got 5 vertical, and so... And it doesn't need to go too far over, but it could. So it could be on the edge there, going up, down on that one, up on that one, and down on this one. Seems fine. So it's going to be coming down here. That point maybe, we need a bridge of... it could be igneous here. Could be granite, actually. There. Regular pipe from granite. Join that. The output of that valve goes into the output. So the stuff coming over the bridge should take priority. It shouldn't be waiting, but I don't know how this works. Maybe if we got rid of the valve, it would kind of trickle in better and keep it moving, but we'll see. This should work. I don't think it will, and we can fiddle with it later, so that's fine. That's then going to come down to this point. Though maybe it should be cooling already around here, just to keep this area. No, the bit in the middle can do that. This is fine. Carry this onto here. Then we want a specific wolframite loop. That's a bit far. A specific wolframite loop that goes past the generators, because they make heat. Then it can go back to being granite down the edge. Wolframite again past the electrolyzers because they generate heat. Problem with this is they need a water input. So we're going to have to run the water input pipe above, which is going to look a little uglier, but I guess it's fine. So the cooling pipe can go closer, or the cooling pipe goes above. I think I'd rather have it here, so it's going to go here. And yeah, we'll feed the water from above, that's fine. So this wolframite loop is... It's done that. It should continue further down before cutting across the base. Doesn't need to go that far, and we didn't make a mess, that's nice. Oh, but all these pipes are in the way. Right, the skimmer, but the skimmer will move as well. It's not moving right now, so I can just move its pipes out of the way. They'll be ugly, but, you know, they'll be out of the way. Or we run the pipe where it was before through the insulation, because why not? I guess. Don't really need to be cooling in that area, though. But that's fine, it's fine. But yes, I would therefore like to have the wall to go down here, just above my head there. So let's get that kind of done. Deconstruct them. Bring the ladder down to the bottom. Tiles are there. I'd like to get all that liquid out rather than locking it in, but see how that goes. Might just fall out in the process. Missed a little block there. And then you dig all of that. See how that goes. Probably best thing is to dig the bottom out here so the liquid can drop out. Let's do that. Bit of ladder there. Don't deconstruct that ladder until they've built the new one. Yeah, it's going alright. Because I just hopefully get this online before. Oh, we should start vacuuming, shouldn't we? To do that, I need to bring 2 liquids up. Okay, it can wait. We're not in any rush, I don't think. Temperature in the base is comfortable enough. Yeah, it is. We got stuff. We'll be okay. We don't need to rush. One thing at a time will be fine. I need to get that pipe in good. So go down and then across. Now we can open all that up as well. Let's get the liquid out of the way first. Now that's ladder done at that distance. Get rid of the old one. Keep going. Get the pole planned in. We are making the pole out of copper means we are running out of copper. Pretty badly. Hopefully we live. We got... Don't want to spend the wolframite because I like that for piping. Just we have tons of gold. I'm sure we can find more copper around the place. We have dug a lot of it up, so... I mean, there's a big block there, but still. Ceiling collapse is okay. It hasn't trapped anyone. That's fine. That's blocked in, so we can mop that. Well, that was taking me to. It's bedtime. Okay. Ones who don't go for a shower do get a tiny bit of work done just before bed. Made a horrible mess of liquids down here. We'll have to create just a little room we can run them all out of the way into. So that we can dig down far enough. Get that oil I'm after. Heat it up and get that petrol I'm after. Gases too. Big pockets of carbon dioxide. We'll be okay. If we build down, then our oxygen generation will encourage oxygen everywhere except the bottom layer, and we can keep things organised, I'm sure. We'll stop the base before it gets too hot, but it can definitely go further. It's basically just the oil biome itself is too hot. So we stop the base just above it and balance the temperatures up there and keep as much of this abyssalite in place to separate the temperatures. Should be okay. Don't stand there. Just... Too late. You've blocked yourself in. Okay. That bit dug out. There we go. You're back inside. Now you can build the wall and not get yourself trapped out there. Well done. Good job. Get all that mopped up. And get the bottom blocked back over. We can not accidentally deconstruct that pipeline. Carefully deconstruct just these tiles. Almost. Almost made a mess. There we go, get that airflow in. Those airflows, and then in between these layers, not the next one up because that's going to be a sealed environment. Build all that in, that's good. That finishes that. So we can then take our wolframite piping. Yeah, there's no point in cooling the right hand edge, but here there is a point in cooling the atmosphere. So that comes down to the bottom, all the way over, back up here. Wolframite all the way. Do we want to bring anything off already? Don't think so. But soon. I don't really want this to do bridging if we can avoid it, so we're going to turn that into a bridge instead. Bridge. This can be granite. Yeah, that's fine. And then pipe. That can be pipe. That can be granite as well, because it's just feeding stuff. And then back to wolframite for the loop. Don't feel like it needs to go to the top. Or should it? Should this? Yeah, this should. Over to here, where it's going to come down again. And then we'll have a bridge off here, I guess. If it's already too hot to send through the living, it'll come off here, or in this area. We'll work that out in a second. But the loop should come back down. Again, don't want it bridging, so we need to replace them with bridges. It'll be okay. We don't need to go all the way down. Like this cooling loop all the way around the outside might balance the internal. I mean, this is just storage. It doesn't need cooling. The coal generators, in theory, but I'm going to replace them or move them. Like, we can move them down here because this will be closer to some cooling. So yeah, the loop doesn't need to come all the way back down, just around, but not even that far. Just to make sure their bedrooms are cold. I'm not sure it needs to come down at all. I mean, the middle of the base still should be pleasant to walk through, I guess. But I kind of feel like if we cool the outside, that'll just happen. Like it'll balance the temperatures out without getting too cold, hopefully. Should we try not sending it down? Maybe. Don't really know. I mean, we can try without, and then add an internal loop with some bridge connections over at a later point if we need it. Right? For now, just take this all the way over to that line. If we're doing that, do I want to move it in one? No, because this line's already in the way, so I don't want to mess with it. Bring that down. Okay, so there's the loop, there's the cooling loop, and it specifically comes out to cool down. Focus some cooling on an area we know is going to get hot. The coal generators we know are also hot, but I think it'll be okay. This box of hot water will eventually heat up, so we might at some later point want to bring it down around that, or have its own cooling loop that comes off it. But that's fine. What I don't want to do is take the temperature reading at the top right here, because we're still cooling, trying to cool, although we won't be cooling if it's too hot, right? So that's an acceptable spot to pull it off at. It's a shame it doesn't line up straight and neat and everything, but that's okay. Can send the pipes up and in. It's okay. Yeah, so we'll do a sense here. Do I want to do it in the doorway? Sure. Why not? Why not? Keeps the pipes tidy. So we have a thermosensor and then a liquid shut-off. And then we have an insulated pipe, because at this point we know it's too hot. That runs... how do we want to do this? To there, or leave a little gap? Leave a little gap. Run to there. Then... pipeline coming out of here. It doesn't actually need to be insulated, does it? This could be regular old granite pipe. Could be. We know it's cold enough, but it doesn't need to cool this area. So why don't we insulate up to the cooling loop? Fine. Yeah, there's no gain to anything else. So if we just replace that with a bridge. This bit's going to be complicated, actually. We want to prioritise the stuff coming back from the cooler because it cannot back up. If it backs up, the pipes can break. So we need to avoid it backing up, which means the stuff coming back from the cooler needs to be the priority. And then if there's stuff on the loop and that has to sit and wait, that's not ideal, but at least the pipes won't break. And if everything just keeps moving, it won't be an issue. But I think, I could be wrong, but I think we should bridge there with granite. Put into there, and then I'm out of wolframite, aren't I? I am out of wolframite, so we need to find some of that. But that'll connect that back up. We need more. Actually, we don't need to wolframite the other liquids going around. We need quite a lot of insulated, actually, which is fine. I'll have to sweep that up just to be tidy. But I need to get some wolframite to finish that loop. That tiny little extra bit, which is found in cold biomes. I think we've dug that one out completely, and that one. Are there any we have access to at the moment? Up the top here and over. Nope. Up here? No. Oh, up here, I guess. No, I cut off access. And I don't see any. Should be a little shiny if I'm wiggling. So there's iron. All the way up here. So there is a bunch, but it's through a lot of coal, so that's not going to be good. Could punch through here and then come up through the diseased area instead. Reveal some of the map in the process, see what we find. Not accidentally digging through something. No, it doesn't look like it. Need some ladders to make it all the way over. That should get them there. At least to begin with, that'll get us something. Ooh, printables are available. I mean, free dirt, I guess, although we've got over 100 tons, so it'll be a while before we need it. With that running like that, I would prefer to do that. Yeah. The other loop. So, the other loop, I need to take this. Again, insulated pipe is, yep, the one. Bring that over. Yeah, we can bridge here. Is that the, which is That's the one that's a little more insulated, but not much. Over to there and up. And that is hot water in, which is the lower one. Yep. And then water that was hot and no longer is. It's going to look a little ugly on the edge of that room, but there we go. Now we don't really have a place for. Should join what's coming out of the sieve. So we may move that vent. Even so, we should maybe if we move the farm out of the way first, it might make it easier to run this water line over. But it's still going to be there though, isn't it? Don't want to come down further, so let's just do this. We can always repipe. I know it always makes a mess and we have to mop up and blah blah blah, but it'll be okay. Also, that's the wrong kind of pipe. What happened there? Not sure what happened there. Probably my fault. Plumbing. So cancel that. Deconstruct everything you've just done. That's going to be hot. It needs to be insulated. Except the bridge can't be. Those bits need to be. And that probably should be as well. The bit in the wall probably doesn't matter, but I'm going to do it anyway. They're going to need a little bit of ladder to reach that. They can't reach that. Never mind. Never mind the bit they can't reach, it's in the wall, but the other bit I will change to insulated. And all that, which is going to make a mess, which we'll mop up in a minute. And then give them a long time to get everything swept up, all this mopping and mess I've made. Oops. The water coming back is an okay temperature, so... Igneous rock. No, granite would be better. Think? Yeah, granite would be better. Start again. Start that again. Try and get it right this time. Is there someone... Yeah, no one's actually going up there because I've given them too much to do down here. Oops. Oh well, we'll get there. This in here is insulated pipe, so I'd like to be consistent, and we do that out of igneous rock. So they go up to the wall there. That... Yeah, up to the wall there. And here... Igneous rock into there. Same thing. Yep. Up and into there. That all feels correct. And then we're just going to do that bit as well. Though that, you know, that may move or whatever. But for now, that's fine. Okay, the other pipeline coming back. Liquid pipe out of granite for the decoration bonus, because the temperature's fine. We don't necessarily want it to spread around, but we don't... It's not going to be a big deal, I don't think. So that can come down fine. That will then bridge here, and again, that can be granite. Join there, up to there, come down to the right level. Come across. Bridge again. And for now, into the vent, but that is, this room is going to change a little, so... I mean, for starters, we're going to get rid of the critter drop-off. Doesn't belong here. And that storage bin can go now that the ice is all in the room. So that's fine. All good. Let's leave them to that for a while, I guess. Get some stuff done. What are we going to do power-wise? I mean, that network can probably take it. There's a bit there we can actually remove. Yeah, they're not supposed to be connected. Don't know if there's something else there in the past, but that can come out as well. So currently 240. Oh, they can't reach that. Never mind. Get it out. Get it out later. 244.80 if it's pumping. 525. Though that deodorizer is not really relevant anymore. Let's stop feeding them slime. We were doing it to give it a slime, but then we actually built the distiller. Like this filter here. It's organised by animal, which is great, very helpful. But if I disable slime in one spot, it doesn't disable it for everyone, which is, I don't know, weird. I wouldn't have turned it on for sani shells. We don't have any. So I don't know how it was turned on there. Or dirt for shove rolls. I just want to turn dirt on and slime off. If they're listed, I don't know, it's weird. It doesn't seem to be doing what I want it to. But there, if we stop that, then we won't need the deodorizer there in. Which I can remove carefully. A tiny bit of wire, but we still need it for the lights. So there's 520 there. There's plenty of room for another few little bits of power on that network for now. Definitely not an issue, so run that over. And then bring it up and over. It can come through the outside of this, that's fine. Into there. But I'd rather have not made that out of copper. At this point. Don't know what I've accidentally cancelled there, probably too much, but never mind. We'll work it out later. Let's make that out of iron. And let's try and draw in a straight line while we're at it. Not sure what happened there. There we go. They can't currently reach that because I took that ladder away, so we'll build it from underneath instead. Easier to tidy up afterwards. I think I would like to do, before we get this even working, I'm going to remove part of these pipelines here, put it back later, but for now we're going to use them to fill the liquid airlock in, which needs... Let's let them do the wire first. Then we'll fiddle around with that after they've got broken through here and gotten that metal I'm after. This is why I want more people, so more gets done each day, but it'll be a while before we can get more people safely. Ooh, more to mop up down here. Maybe I should just leave it. Let the bottom of our base flood for a bit. Just punch a hole in the bottom later. Okay. Just gotta wait on him to wake up. Could give everyone construction skills, right? Might speed things up. They've got the morale for it. Went through each, and where is construction anyway? There, improve construction. Oh, did I just do it? I did, right? I clicked on it. Oops. Didn't mean to actually do it, but there we go. It's not a bad thing. If they've got the spare morale, I know it's costing a bit, but even just the level 1 is 1 morale. That's probably safe on everyone. Let's do it. Could give them the excavation as well, then we'll dig quicker across the board, because only 1 more morale. Give everyone the basic level of it. Might not hurt to give everyone the basic level of everything. Just so they have a bonus across the board, you know? But maybe. We'll leave it at that for now. We won't do the next level on him. They probably have the morale to do the next level, but we'll keep it simple for now. Speed a few things up a little bit. It's all good. There's a lot of this pipe they're not building, so I think I had a lot less wolframite than I thought. The loop is a lot bigger now. Instead of being on that line, it's Well, it's not a lot bigger, but it's significantly bigger, so we do actually need quite a lot more. Bit scary. Yeah, I need... the pipe doesn't matter, it's temporary. We want the inbound ones, so that one, although that's only kind of, but yeah, that is the inbound one. Into there. Inbound here. Underneath it. So we're going to get blobs to sit at the end, then when we deconstruct that pipe, it's going to release that blob into the world, I think. I mean, we could just put a... whatever it's called, a vent, liquid vent, on the end for a bit, and then, I don't know, that's too much to juggle, I think. What I want is a tile there. When we've got that tile, we do the one on the left. Yeah, not too sure about this, but it might work. They can't reach that, though. That might help. Let's see. They can't reach that either, I don't think. It says they can. We'll see. See how it goes. Oh, no, they do have some wolframite still, okay. And someone is slowly making their way through the abyss light to get there. Nice. I guess there's a little bit of oxygen in here, so if they can break through, they'll be able to breathe again. They can breathe here, actually. It's just polluted. That's, yeah, fine. I don't actually need to dig those plants up. That's fine. A little extra wolframite, very nice. But it's bedtime. Again, already. Feels like they sleep more than they work. Probably in my head, but feels like it. Oxygen looks great. Temperatures look acceptable, but not perfect. They're heating up in the farms, which might best be solved by moving the farms, but for now, I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with that, so yeah. This is hot, but it is contained. This is hot and not contained and not being cooled, but it will be okay. So we can switch over. We need to deal with the ventilation, actually. Let's remember that. The oxygen output of the new oxygen generation isn't currently going anywhere. So we need to make it go somewhere. And then we need to deal with the overflow, because especially when we only have the 8 and we're building up to the 16 or 17 people, they're not going to consume enough. Everything's going to be over pressure, and that's going to prevent the hydrogen from forming. So we do need like an overflow. I was thinking of an overflow where we delete it with the crusher like we had before, but I feel like it might be easier to vent to space. I'm very curious about what will happen if we just open the base to the vacuum, because it should just suck gases out and into the vacuum, which would be a good thing for us, because as long as we can create significantly more oxygen than we need, we'll still be creating more pressure inside than is going out of a single line out. Maybe we could create some a door system on the top, measures the pressure or the oxygen levels inside, and when the pressure gets too high, opens many doors up and releases it, or something. It might work. Free gold, we'll take it. Don't know. I might like to play around with that though. If we kind of opened a bigger channel all the way to the top, out into the vacuum. See what happens. Now they've dug everything I asked for. There's plenty of wolframite there. Yeah, I would love the option to sweep. Sweep just wolframite would be because I don't want this polluted ice. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you do that. I guess one at a time. Sweep. Is there a? Doesn't say there's a keyboard shortcut or anything either. not ideal. That's another bit there. We can sort of dig. That's a bit there. Yeah. But they need a ladder to reach that. Any more? There's another thermo-nullifier there. Okay. It's got the one we're working on. Got one behind here. Got another one here. I feel like one's enough. I don't know why they're giving us 3. It's very cold here, isn't it? Yeah, -40, so they could build a ladder up, but it's probably going to make them sick. If there's more wolframite here, we might need it. But it's probably safer to come in from this side. Should be fine. They don't need any extra ladders or anything to reach all that. They should be better. Also don't need those ladders because I can just jump to that level below. Okay, good. Any more wolframite? It's easy to get to. That was iron, I remember that. Melting fluted ice everywhere. No, that looks like it. That's fine. That tile's done, so I want another one there. I'm going to get rid of that one. So they can get rid of that pipe diagonally now. See how this goes. I suspect I'm just going to make a mess, but we'll give it a go. Yeah, see what we learn. Oh, they've overheated. Okay. That's not ideal. I thought they had a lot more time than that. The room is not that hot. The water in the pipes next to them is not that hot, but it is too hot. The water we have available is not looking good. I think we should stop growing fibres because we've got way more than we need now. Yeah, we've got nearly 100 fibres. Yeah. What can I do? It's got the shut off here, right? So in the automation layer I've got a controller off the reservoir at the back. So if I wanted to always have a green light, what would I change this to? Send a red light when the reservoir is full. Sends a green light when it's less than 100% full. Until it's 100% full, then it sends a red until it's 100%, then it'll send green. So this will send a green light all the time unless it fills up, and then it'll flicker between red and green. But that will enable the shut-off. Nope. That is not working. Sends a green signal when it's less than 100% full, unless it's... should be sending a green signal. Oh no, because I've got a NOT gate in there. Because of how we were controlling it before, there's a NOT gate. Okay, so we need to invert that. Which means just drag it to 0, I guess. Send a green signal when it's less than 0, which is impossible. We wanted to always be sending a red, so send a red when it's 0%, unless it's less than 0. So other way. Send a red when it's 100 unless it's... no? Yeah, like that. 0 and 0. It's currently sending red, which is getting inverted to green. It's doing the flickering thing. Yeah. That makes sense. So the liquid shut-off is flickering on and off, so some is still going to the farm, and that's not what I want. I want it on all the time. So if I do this, what happens? It's disabled all the time. If we do that, it's disabled all the time. So I would need the option of having the high threshold at 0 and the low at 100, which you can't do. So I guess the thing to do there... we can put in a switch and an OR gate, and I can just feed a green signal straight into it. Or we can just remove the whole thing. It's probably the better option. Or I don't even know what the settings were before anymore, so I think removing the whole thing is my preference. Get rid of that automation system. Fun as it looks now. Get rid of the shut-off. Plumbing. Get rid of... I won't matter once the shut-off's gone. You just plug that wire into the second pipe and nothing will go to the farm, which for now is fine. Is anyone coming to do this? I may have clicked the wrong button or deconstructed the wrong thing. Ah, they are still connected, okay. Deconstruct that bit as well. And plug that into there. Wrong one. There we go. Everything will get sieved into water now, so, you know, we'll get a bit more water, which is a good thing. And we create quite a lot of, well, not quite a lot, but a significant amount of polluted water through the day, so hopefully it helps a bit. There's no point in making more fibres if we've got 100 in storage. That's more than we're ever going to need, I think. They can just sit there for now. The option to reconnect them later if I ever feel like it. Temperature is an issue. How are we doing wolframite? Should have enough to ask for that connection. Then they should go and get that done. That is all good here, yeah. Pipe blocked. Pipe blocked. What do you mean, valve? Why is your pipe blocked? Oh, because the pipe, if you follow it the whole way, is blocked. I see. It means the pipe is blocked. But it's almost done. Most of the loop. We need to get these wired together. A little bit of iron. Plug that into that one. They are already plugged in. And I think that's it. This one doesn't, like this is, it is too hot. We know it's too hot. We don't need to think about it. Okay. And why is the liquid not taking that bridge? Right. It's not going to flow to the end. It's just going to flow up to the bridge junction. And the pump is stopped because it's stopped. That's not what I want. So I guess I need a vent here. It's the only way to get the liquid to move. We'll see. I've dug all that out, good. We can get rid of that tiny bit of ladder, might as well. Actually, might as well not, because why send someone in there for no reason? Let's try and get this lock done. We also... Oh, we can't get in at the moment, that's fine. We could have built the pump already, but whatever. Saying about oxygen, yeah, we're apparently producing half of what we need, and yet the base is full of oxygen, so I don't know where it's coming from, but we're good. We're fine. Honk shoe, honk shoe. The food is the next project, I guess, to look at. I'm very tempted to just do more ranching, because barbecue is such a good food option. We're currently making gristleberry, like farming up the berries and grilling them, which gives +1 morale. Barbecue is +8 morale. So if we could consistently get an income of meat by ranching lots of stuff, lots of easy stuff, I think that might be a good idea. Rather than moving the farms down, we could get rid of them and just make meat. Maybe. Now it's not really ideal with this on the left. We'll use this area. move those guys down. We want sage hatches and regular hatches, and then a room where we drown the ones we don't want. Ooh, just noticed. I'm missing a bunch of tiles up here. Should be better. Down here is all good. Okay. Aha. Okay. So the vent is there. It's going to take him a while to get over here. How much water is there? 540 kilograms. It's ticking up at 10 at a time, and it can reach 1,000 and then it'll overflow. But I'll be curious. Actually, I might just leave it because I am curious. This could make a mess we need to go clean up, but that's very hot water as well. That was maybe a bad idea. When that square is full, it goes over pressure and stops. Excellent. So it can't like overflow, spill out above itself. It just fills the square it's in and stops. So we can now deconstruct that. We should be able to put a vent on the one above it. But there's nothing in that pipe yet. Oh, it's coming. Oh, wow. Okay. They finished that loop. The brine is coming. I want everything to go that way now. So send green signal if the temperature is above, no, below 5 million. 10,000. Okay. Then it should just come this way. Once they've built that vent, which they haven't, so it's stuck. Ooh. Now that's interesting. It's enabled the shut-off, which is to say it can flow to the right. But it's stopped, even though it could flow down. Yeah, that's connected. It could just keep going, but it's not, which is weird. I'd have expected, because it can't go right because the pipe's blocked, it would just go down. But it didn't. Don't know what that's about, but okay. It's going to come now and make a mess. Yeah, okay, that's unexpected. Let's get that deconstructed quickly. We're going to have to get in there and mop stuff up, but okay, that means we're going to need to build a ladder there. Oops. Is it hot? Oh, it's very hot in here. I guess, yeah, regular pipe with boiling hot water in will do that. Okay. Should have done it the other way round. Water on top, salt water on the bottom. Okay. That potentially is part of the issue here. I want to put that tile back on, in case it helps. But it's bedtime, so that's going to have to wait, I guess. Well, no, someone's got a little bit of time. No. In the morning. So it's currently, yeah, that's kind of not what I want. I want that liquid to keep going. If it can't, the shutoff allows it to go one way, but it's still a choice. It should be able to go down as well. So I've missed something. Is there? Doesn't look like there's a missing bit of pipe there or anything. No. I don't know what that's about. Might think that bit of pipe is from the bridge going up, in which case we might need to put a bridge in to tell it what direction it should be going. We'll see that when we get this loop going. We'll see. Now it's really cold in here, yeah. It's freezing cold salt water with boiling hot water on top of it. Why is it taking so long to build that one tile? Like coming all the way down here to grab a bit of stone, and then it's not enough. Right, now we should be able to deconstruct that tile. And then that one. Someone else, I guess, is going to come and do that. We can mop up all of that. Not exactly what I wanted, but could be okay. It doesn't matter if it's 2 wide or 3 wide or whatever. Mop up that. Now that we've mopped the adjacent bits, it did delete those ones. So this is now 35 grams of water on top of 40 grams of brine, which does not seem like enough when I'm thinking it should be like 1,000 in each. So I think that's going to collapse itself before we're finished. I could be wrong. We'll see. I'd like them to mop that up, and then we'll sweep up, but at the same time, get yourselves a gas pump nearby. Get a pipe running out of that to, well, anywhere really, actually. How about into here with a vent? It's got airflow, so it should flow out of here. We'll see. Might need to like pop a hole somewhere and dig out something to draw it in. I'm sure it's the hottest a thermonullifier has ever been. When it's online, that'll change pretty quick. Well, we'll take the seeds for now. More plants are dying off, but we've got 125,000 calories saved up, so unless that all rots away at once, we should be good. So much to tidy up when we're done with this. Okay, for now the airlock's in place. We do need power. Forgot that. Hopefully there's enough on that network. I'd like to sweep up on those bottles of water they've got in there. While you're at it, sweep up on those ones as well. Okay, vent is on. I'm not going to get rid of these liquid pipes until we're done, and we'll get the pipes in correctly after, just in case we need to remake this airlock because something goes wrong. That is functioning. I've accidentally connected it to that network though, which is a nightmare. That's going to flow all the way down here and cause a big problem. So, can someone get ahead of that and remove that bit of pipe maybe quickly? Oops. Okay. And can you empty pipe on a gas line? I hope you can. Looks like you might be able to, but it's bedtime again. How is it? Man, the days are flying past in game. And in real life too, actually, I would say, recently. That other stuff is tidied up, that's fine. That is getting over pressure, but it should all move away, and yeah, we'll see. So far seems to be doing okay. The farthest point is a bit dense, but we'll see. Soon be time to turn that on, actually, which is a bit concerning. I haven't got my gas pipes ready. Don't know when that got cut. I think I do know when that got cut, but rebuild that. Ignis, is that what we want these made of? I guess that's what we made them of. I'd rather have them out of granite at this point. So they need to go... Well, they can go somewhere new. A little further out wouldn't hurt, so we'll send that one up here. Just avoid plugging that in right now. It's going up that vertical, and this one through the equivalent on this side, which is there, I think. Get some of the pipe in place, that'll be a start. We're not going to be moving either of those pipes. So we need... someone has to bridge, might as well be this. Oh, the storage rooms aren't going to line up in terms of... so, you know, the pipe's not going to be hidden behind a wall because the storage is whatever. not important. That's a start. A lot of work to do all at once, but you know, whatever, it's all good. Gradually get those pipes emptied out. We got a bunch of oxygen canisters made from that, but okay, I guess. I need to get in here and sweep this up, because every time they go in, if they exhale, they're going to leave carbon dioxide behind. Interesting. So if I want to get them in to get rid of the pump, that's going to be... If they exhale, it's going to leave carbon dioxide behind. We'll see how that goes. The density is dropping nicely in there. It's working. For now. Okay, that's good. They seem fine for now. Most of them pipes seem like they're done. Yeah, good. So, gas vents. Well, some quite low, though they can't go in the storage rooms, so I guess we're going to start here and here, which is where the current ones are. Guess that'll have to be good enough. So we went further down and had some offshoots? No. There and there. Where the current ones are, I guess, there and there. It's a bit close. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 could do with... don't want them in that. That's a locked environment. So there and there. And we'll go for the top ones. Fill the pipes in. Now it's just the old ones kind of in the way on the right hand side, which we're going to have to fix, I guess. When we switch this off, it'll just leave that pipe there connected all up, I guess. Oh, that's a sandstone pipe, so maybe rebuild it. We won't need to rush. I'm sure we'll have enough time between switching it off and switching this on, and if things break down, we just redo it. It's all good. Though yeah, like I say, I think we're going to very quickly end up overpressured with oxygen, which is going to stall things, so... I think that regolith will drop like sand, so I wanted to just create a little bit before we go up, so we don't drop that all the way down to the bottom of the base. Go across, maybe to a level where there isn't immediately any. And start building a ladder up. What's all this? Bits of ore, bits of carbon dioxide. Solid carbon dioxide, nice. Cold. But the vacuum means there's no transfer away, I guess, so the surface is at -60, it's just going to stay at -60. We could break through some of the abyssalite here and warm it up. How are we doing here? Down into the milligrams in some spots, but not the micrograms. Everything else in place? No. I want plumbing, liquid pipe from granite for the water supply, which is already running down that vertical. So it's going to come across here, into that one, and into that one. Water supply to make the oxygen, which is going to drain our water supply, but when everything's switched on, we should start converting this pretty quickly into acceptable temperature water. I really hope. Okay, how far up? Don't know the consequence of potentially vacuuming all of the side chutes as well, but you know, we'll put masks on, we'll put suits on if we have to. You know, we can block the top off here if it's a really bad idea. Up, I guess. They might want to be wearing a mask before they dig into the cold here, but... or before they stick their head into a vacuum, but I guess I play it risky with them. We'll see how it goes. Yep, very low levels of everything. Good. The gate is holding for now. Don't know why or what, whether I really learnt anything there, but for now it's holding. That'd be a bad idea to actually use some oxygen before we switch the next thing on. Reduce the pressure. We're just not quite ready. There's no reason to rush, is there? We can take our time. We can be patient with the little dudes. Ooh, although, when we were digging up here, we came into areas we haven't walked before. Have we found anything exciting? Don't see anything exciting here. No random pockets of cold. There's another cold biome there with a small distance. Could be more wolframite if we need it in the future. More crab people. No, don't see anything exciting there. Or there. More puffs, more thimbleweeds. Wild ones. Nope, doesn't look like we saw anything cool. Some copper ore on the surface. Could be all the copper ore we can find. Hard to dig up, but there you go. Lots of ice, lots of regolith, lots of slime. Okay, yeah, they're not going to get much dug each day, are they? That's a long climb up a ladder. The vacuum we've seen has been quite slow. I'm somewhat concerned it's just going to immediately vent the entire base, but I'm going to assume it won't do that. I guess we'll find out. We can always reload if it's really bad. We're missing that bit of tile. Interesting. Ah, no, that's fine. They didn't remove the old bit, so that's fine. Emitting water. Yeah, I mean, there's space in those, in the pipeline, I guess, is allowed that to do something. Still in the milligram area. 4 figures of milligrams as well, so a bit further to go. Ooh. Oh, it's open. Okay, we don't actually need access, so that's... I don't want them going out there to grab that copper ore, for example, so... Oh, that's a problem, though. Regolith or sand or whatever, snow, blocking them out. Okay, cool, so all the hydrogen, which would have been at the top, is out here. So where the background is, the gas is kind of hanging around, but as soon as it goes to where there's no background, it's off. It's just, yeah, space exposure. There's nothing can stay there, I guess. On purpose or something, yeah, don't know. Look, we can see another planet at the top there. If we look at the right angle. Okay, cool. Its surface, it's there. Gas is definitely flowing up. You know, whether it's deleting it at any kind of pace, I don't know. But it hasn't completely vented the entire base. And in fact, I think we would need to widen this to get it moving quick enough to do anything positive. Well, the hydrogen's going, oxygen is moving up. It's doing something. It could be very difficult to balance that properly so that we don't vent off too much of our oxygen. To be careful with it. Take seeds from there. We're doing 3 figures of micrograms? No, 3 figures of milligrams. Ticking away. Micrograms right next to the pump. Makes sense. Getting there. People are, well, as long as they're tidying up, I wouldn't say they're doing nothing. If everything's into place, the water's into place there, the coolant is currently sat, heating up. Yeah. Especially around that corner, so that's, you know, not a good thing. Can we look at that? What do I need to do here so that it keeps moving? I think it is a case of, like, if we just put a bridge in. I'll get rid of them 3. Deconstruct them 3. Get a bridge of igneous. No. The other one. One's thermally reactive. Obsidian? Yeah, I think obsidian's the one we used. Put that there and put our wolframite back. Then it knows it can flow in that direction. Hopefully. We'll see. All that hydrogen is gone, it's now oxygen. Totally oxygen. Interesting. Will it turn into polluted oxygen if it draws out what's in the side? In the side pockets? Possibly. I don't know, it's pretty cool. If it works as a way to, like, decompress the base, then I'd be happy. They're not complaining right now, so maybe it is working already, who knows. We'll leave it as a 1 wide for now until we've got a reason to change. Don't want to risk it really. Okay, 2 figures of micrograms. No, milligrams. These guys are getting far too warm. Don't even know what. I guess the light, the ceiling light, is the heat source that's warming them up too much. The brine nearby is still an okay temperature to cool them down. I guess it's just not. It's not reaching. It's not circulating or whatever. Even the oxygen. Now the oxygen we're making is kind of warm. It'll be colder when we go from the new loop, I guess. Oh, we should reconnect this igneous rock gas pipe. Why is that igneous rock? Oh well, should have been. I would have preferred granite now, but no big deal. I can't connect that end yet. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, how are we doing? Oh, it's hydrogen that is being sucked out now. Yes, it's spread out and moved down. There's still other stuff in here though, so it's not ready to be sealed in. Carbon dioxide still on the inside there. We'll probably need to go all the way, I imagine. Food is still okay despite that. That's okay. Water's still also seeming okay at the moment. I guess because the plants don't draw water if they're dead. I guess. Cool. We could start setting up the new ranches I was talking about, if there's nothing else going on. Oh, there's stuff going on. There's a lot to tidy up. What's that? No sand storage again. Okay, there's no sand storage, so not much we can do about that. Use some sand, I guess. Let's start thinking about... I see these animals. I think we're just going to have to kill them off to get rid of them. Don't want them inside the room. So yeah, we'll just have to look at it and kill them off. There's plenty of other animals around, and we get eggs offered to us often, so it's fine. Just need to know how far up. We're going to start with this one. That's going to be 1. Could do 4. And hatches seem okay. We've got, like we saw earlier, 100 tons of dirt we can use. And we can turn it all into coal, which I would prefer other power sources, but the coal generator is good. Has done a good job, so we can keep using coal and coal generators. It's fine by me. I'm sure maybe we can find some other thing you can do with coal if we end up with way too much. Maybe. See how that goes. So we can set up 4 lots of that. The pips are interesting because they make the dirt that we would feed, but we don't need the dirt at the moment. They eat thimble reeds. Okay, so I mean, that's okay if we can get the polluted water to grow the thimble reeds. Interesting. The Drecos might be nice as well, but you need to shear them in a hydrogen atmosphere, which is complicated. But we might do them next door, maybe. Do some pips over here where we have the reeds near the polluted water. Do some Drecos on the right hand side here. 4 lots of hatchlings. Let's make ourselves. So if we break the rooms together and make them double height, we need to block a square in, but it is okay, you know, that we can then fit 4 hatches in one double height. Seems okay. Not 4, 8. 8 hatches in one double height. But then the person going in still needs to like go down the ladder to get them, unless we keep them all on one layer and the bottom layers. I don't know, seems fiddly and unnecessary. It would save us from building, you know, an extra drop-off, extra feeders, extra whatevers, which might have a value, but I don't really care that much. So we need a station, we need a grooming station. We'll make it out of iron, I guess. Make them out of gold. It's a waste of gold, but we do have more gold than anything else. Let's go with iron. Put the grooming station here. And then we want a drop-off or a feeder. There, and a drop-off from iron. There, and there. That's all we have up there, right? Yeah. Don't know what else they might want. We do need to think about the room where we kill them. Nice as that sounds. Probably on the left here. Probably this one. Although we need to work out. It might need to be too high. We need to put them. We need a critter dropper on top of a door that they can't jump away from. Which is just sounds difficult, yeah. And then the room below needs to be water. And then we want to collect what the meat they drop. Which, not sure how we do that. Maybe with an automated collecty thingy, I don't know. Or isn't there something like if you drop a if you drop an item on a airflow tile, it doesn't sit there? No, it works like a floor, so it'll sit there. It can't be inside of it, I know that, but it can be on top. I think. We would see that in here, yeah, the dirt is on top of it. If there was a problem, it would drop through it to the floor, so no. I guess someone just has to go into the tank and get it. I guess. So I mean, if we started planning around that, this room's going to be the tank. So we need to go up there. Or would like... not necessarily. Can do that inside the room, can't I? Can't I? We could have that over the far end, I guess. We're in the middle. In fact, we could keep the airflow going. We'll just do it in the middle. We'll have a ladder down the far side. And then... No, because they need to get in. So it needs to be like that. In the middle, and we're going to fill that with water somehow. We're going to put a door there. It's also going to have tiles up. So they're going to jump up. Drop them in. Somehow. Yeah, not not certain. But our guys can jump 2 squares up, and I don't believe the hatches can. I think they can jump 1 up, but not 2. We'll see, I guess. It's a shame we couldn't maybe fit that in 1 room somehow. But, you know, it is what it is. Maybe put a door on just to define it as a room. Easiest way to fill this might be with a bottle emptier. What do we think? Otherwise I've got to pipe stuff over here. Don't want polluted water, so let's do that as a higher priority one. Oh, they can't get over there because there's no floor. So after we fill this with water, we can... Oh, when we put the door in, they'll be able to hop over. That's fine. I think. How are we doing? Down into 3-figure microgram now. Some pockets of vacuum. Quite a few pockets of vacuum, but not enough. Good progress. Getting somewhere. Doesn't seem to be any disaster of oxygen loss. Let's check. Yeah. I'd expect the first thing we would see is the top of the base would go darker blue if there was a problem. It's not, so we're good. Even with our current lesser production. Okay, that is full. We could put salty water in it, as we have nowhere else to put it at the moment. If we have any bottles of it, yeah, okay, brine and salty water. Or what is it? Actually, it's brine that we have, so brine can go in there. Tell them to sweep that up. Hopefully it's not too much. Guess we'll see. Ooh, I like that noise. Some free berries. Why not? We are losing calories some reason. I guess we're not growing as much. Stuff's getting eaten up. Might be rotting away, for all I know. There's always plenty of muckroot to eat if we have to. Is that it? Is that all the brine? Oh dear. That was it. Okay. That is potentially a problem then. There's a little bit more, but it's not enough to drown in. I want to fill 4 squares. We need 4 tons of it, I guess. And they're bringing some. I could actually, because the brine would have been nearby, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's right there. Okay, let's do the sensible thing. Plumbing, liquid vent, and pipe. Just fork that into there and fill it up. So that'll be a lot quicker. Colder, but it's not a bad thing, I don't think. And take that away after. That'll be fine. But sleepy time. Tell you what, it's sleepy time. It's also take a short break time. Just over 2 hours in. Let's take 5 minutes, stretch the legs a bit, top the drink back up as it is empty already. So far, okay. Slow progress, which just, you know, happens in this game and in other games like this, obviously. It seems like they're sleeping more than anything, but that's in my head, I think. We almost have the vacuum we need to get our thermonullifier up and running. So when that's good, we switch on the new oxygen generation. We plug the pipes in correctly, and we get that going, and we'll be happy. Water supply will be running. We'll get that all sorted and tidy. Like I said, I'm not sure we'll really have much time to do much more. I didn't think we really would, but we could, you know, do some more on these, expanding our hatch farming and meat collection as part of that, and so on and so on. You know, we can work on that probably a little bit. So we'll see how it goes. But for now, I'll just take a short 5-minute break and see you guys afterwards. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Let's unpause. Let's get our thermos nullified. Soon, hopefully. It's getting vacuumy in there. I'm sure it'll be fine soon. It's interesting how it's vacuumed the left. Kind of maybe the position of the pump is blocking the diagonal flow, yeah? So it's vacuumed the bit in grey here already, but not the rest. It's interesting. It's still going on the rest of it, although it's, yeah, double figures of micrograms. Triple inside there. That's got a lot. It's only got like this tiny little gap to get through, I guess. We could have opened that up a bit more, maybe to accelerate things. No big deal though. We'll get there pretty soon. They are doing well. Am tempted to vacuum out more up the top there. And to use the coldness of it as well. Break through all this abyssalite. Don't know. Tempting. So it says we're not making enough oxygen, which is weird. That's moving now. Excellent. That's all good. We can, now that we're not using the thingy, put a pneumatic door in there, which we saw does have an automation port here. And we don't need a different type of door, I don't think. We do need a critter drop-off. There, I guess. It says it's invalid, but when the door's made, I think it'll stop complaining. I hope. Nope. Does it need to be a different door to function as a surface for a building? Didn't think it did. Oh. Oh, they delivered the ore for it. Yeah, they're delivering it, but they're not building it. So no, that doesn't work. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know how you do this then. I assume if it doesn't work on a pneumatic door, it won't work on the other kind of doors, but we can find out. Try with the heaviest duty, see if that makes any difference. Well, you know, I do doubt it very much. And it's bedtime, so we'll have to wait on them before we can do that. How else would we do it? I mean, we could just... like the left side, we could put it over there and hope they walk over it. I don't know. Hey, Whiteo! Thank you very much for the raid. Great to see ya. Are we winning? No one's dead, so can't be that bad. Everyone is breathing. I think that's a kind of victory in the game. How was stream, man? What were you up to? Some DayZ. Nice. Nice, nice. Hope you had a good one. Hope you had a good time. Hope everyone had a good time there. Nice to see you again. Now, guys do seem to be sleeping more than anything. Oh, they're not even sleeping because this guy's too bright. That's interesting. We should give them proper doors, maybe, at some point. I don't know, if they keep complaining. Icarus most of the day. Icarus. Icarus? Have I seen Icarus? Let me just Google Icarus. Don't think I have seen that. Oh, it's a similar kind of thing. Session-based survival video game. Is it good? I don't know, I'll have to check it out, won't I, guess? 14-hour stream. Nice. Man. So you're telling me you're a bit tired now? Just to be productive, eh? I mean, if you're having a good time, then do it, you know, keep at it. Why not? Slow. Icarus is slow. Interesting. I mean, that's how you get stuck in for 14 hours, I guess. We are vacuumed. Okay, so step one, those two tiles need filling in. I guess what we'll see when they come into the vacuum is if they fart, then it won't be a vacuum anymore. So far okay. Yeah, they built that without the pump needing to pump, so that's a good sign. I want them to get rid of the pump. It's a bit of a gamble, I guess, if they're going to get it done. Let's try. If I pause, give all the instructions, then we'll see what happens. So we want to get rid of gas pump. In fact, it might be easier to deconstruct that whole area. Cancel the instruction on that pipeline. Is that the right way around? No, deconstruct the ladder. Don't deconstruct the pipe. Don't deconstruct the liquid pipes there. Do everything else. Might be okay. Went from crossbows to a bolt-action rifle. That sounds... I mean, it's definitely progress, but it sounds like significant difference. One of them, bolt-action rifle, sounds good, actually. But crossbows can be fun, but still. That's good. Sounds like fun. I can imagine the game. Similar, that kind of survival game type thing. Good fun. We don't need to deconstruct that. We can do it from underneath. So that's fine. We do need to rejoin... where is it? Ventilation gas pipe from igneous rock. We need to at least do that tile. Because I don't think we can do it from the other side. So if we just do that... should be okay. So we need them to do all that without exhaling. Like Rust, more primitive. Okay. And without the PvP stuff. I might enjoy that more then. Because I'm not a big PvP person. That is still a vacuum. That's a good sign. They took all the jungle with them as well. That's also nice of them. So if they get in there and tile that up, we're good. We're already good to turn the hydrogen on. So, what do we need to do? We need to disable all of this. Deconstruct that lot. In fact, while you're at it. No, keep it small. Deconstruct that lot. That's fine. Get me... change of plan. Deconstruct that lot. And get rid of the manual generator and the battery. And that'll shut that system down and we can rip it out later. Meanwhile, over here, we need to turn that on. And that should kickstart that system. Should, I say. Everything I say should do tends to not work in the game, so I'm not confident. Okay, if they've done that, we also want to get rid of them bits. We'll clear that up. Don't breathe out. Good, okay, so that's vacuumed, it's sealed in, no problems. Deconstruct that. We can empty pipe all of that. We can mop up the mess I just made and the mess I'm about to make, and so on. Lucky, yeah, no worries, Wido. Take a little break, a rest, whatever you need after a long stream. Get some painkillers or whatever. Drink. Need him to empty that before I can put the pipe in, which is a bit annoying. As I keep just going to sleep. Meanwhile, over here, on a lower priority, I can rip that out. And it's just going to make a mess of salt water everywhere, but we'll mop it up. I wanted to confirm, I'm not sure if I did. Okay. You can build a critter drop-off on a mechanised airlock, but not on a pneumatic door. Fine. No problem. Again, it's that. Just lower the priority on that. So we're going to get this moving first. Are they... yeah, not empty yet. I think only like 1 or 2 of our guys can actually do the pipe emptying, so I guess that would take longer. Deconstruct the bits he's done. There we go. Now we can also deconstruct on the ventilation layer of that lot, which will let us... what is that supposed to be? Igneous rock. Where are we? Gas pipe. Igneous rock. Plug that in. Get rid of the vents. Probably get rid of those stepping ladders in a minute. And then here we've got igneous rock insulated pipe. They all need plugging back into themselves. Ah, did we? Yeah, putting the bridge in did help. It did let it know it can flow, but it's not actually actively flowing because... okay. So our loop of brine should be jumping the bridge, flowing down, jumping the bridge and flowing down, and it's not. It should be constantly moving, and I don't know why it isn't. What's the betting if I disconnect that it starts doing it? Might be too slow if we end up with all this connected, but before we do that, we need to actually configure the settings on these things. So we actually... the brine only wants to go to the cooler if its current temperature is above 20, let's say. We want to kind of bring it down if it's above 20. Yeah, that seems okay. Might be a bit excessive. 25 could be good. Let's go with 25. 25, it'll come into the cooling loop. We'll take a quick loop around as long as... we need to measure it. But for now, as long as the temperature is above 25, we'll see how that goes. We may need to adjust. Likewise, a sensor on this side, which is on the wrong side. Why does that look wrong? That one's going to be going... so liquid comes in here, goes over the sensor, and then if it needs to leave, it leaves. So that's the wrong way round. If the temperature's below 25, come off loop. I think we'll change that down to 20. So if the temperature's below 20, come off loop. Yeah, that's fine. Over here, liquid's coming... where is it coming in from? This one? So then it, yep, goes in on that corner, goes across the sensor. Just do the same. Green signal if below 25. No. Below 20. Will enable the shutoff, which will make it jump the shutoff and go. It should. I'm not confident that's going to happen, as we saw over here. If the shutoff is blocked, it might go the other way. This whole thing could not work, but we'll see. As it stands, they should be okay. That should be moving. They've disconnected that and it's still not moving, so that wasn't the issue. And I made a nice mess all over the floor for no reason. But, you know, no big deal. Okay, I have no idea then. The bridge tells it what direction it should be going. The bridge should be making it. There should always be a blob trying to jump the bridge, which will force the other blobs to move. As long as everything's linked and there's no gaps and there's no warnings being issued. Maybe that shutoff is confusing it? I don't know. Like when it's capable of flowing, it'll all move again? It's possible. Either way, that pipe was not the issue. So I should plug that back in, I guess. Not that it'll be needed, actually. Just thinking about that. if the coolant in the loop is getting cooled, and we're never deleting it, never removing it, we just heat it up, cool it back down, I don't need to feed a new coolant in. We've filled the loop now, it's job done. Unless we empty part of the loop for some reason or some construction, then I guess I plug it back in. But kind of means this big storage of very cold brine is not needed. Or we'll find a use for it later, maybe. Fine. That one is shut down. Good. Is this one operating? It is. We are electrolyzing. The bottom pump, one of them is pumping. The other one is pipe blocked. That's... shouldn't be happening. The one on the right is creating half blobs. And the one on the left should be adding half blobs to it, but I guess the feeding it through isn't working in terms of adding them together. So we need... what is this? Igneous rock gas pipe. We need to deconstruct that stretch and put it up one, and then the half blob there can have a half blob shoved into it, and those will be full blobs going into there. Over here, it's not pumping, pipe is blocked, it's not moving. Don't know why. Gas pipe element sensor is inactive. That shouldn't be happening. Inactive. There's nothing in the pipes. Have I missed a connection? Let's get that pipe back. They also don't want to flow into each other like that. If the ones below didn't like it, these ones won't either. Let's take that one down and onto there. That might not work very well. We'll have to see. Might need more space. In fact, yes. Let's deconstruct both of them, which is fine, and then we'll bring that one down. And they'll join there before going onto the sensor. Hopefully. And then the sensor is running into that just fine. That runs into that sensor runs into there. Seems fine. Shutoffs are currently disabled. The sensors... gas pipe containing 100 grams of hydrogen. So this first sensor is set. Is it oxygen? It is not, so it's sending a red signal, which is disabling the gas shutoff, so the hydrogen should flow through. The pipe back there has oxygen in. Pipe there has oxygen in. Shouldn't do, but it does. That sensor's set to hydrogen. The pipe there, apparently it has hydrogen in. The pipe here has nothing. We know the issue. Or do we? That one shouldn't be having an issue. It's similar to the thing before where it needs a bridge to know what forward is and what's backwards. But in this case, it knows what forward is because it has a vent at the end of this run. I mean, maybe it wouldn't hurt to jump that building instead of going through it. Yeah, it shouldn't be struggling with that. I mean, I can just put a bridge in somewhere so it knows, but it should already know. I mean, maybe it is confused by this. We need pipe to go from there to there. So if I remove that pipe, put a bridge of whatever there. That doesn't work. There. And then we'll reconnect it. We'll see. Yeah, we need to fiddle around with these pipes a bit. That is not currently working. There is carbon dioxide being pumped the wrong direction. Oh, that's fine. That'll work itself out in time. So down here, a little bit of pipe there to there. That should jump the bridge. That should also pump in along the same line. So that vent doesn't overpressure. Could be an issue. And it's sleepy time, so that's going to take a minute. Food is decaying. We have less available, but we have a lot of muckroot. Is not going to make people happy. sure. More shine nymphs around the place. I like them, even if they don't. We're still not growing anything. That is an issue, not an immediate problem. They haven't built those pipes in. Don't know why. Get rid of these ladders though. So much to get done. They can't get rid of those ladders because they get rid of the closest one first, so we need to tell them to just do the farthest. It's flying around. It's not actually cooling yet because this area isn't cold, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Too complicated. Over here, we broke those pipes, so I need to mop that up. Everything else is acceptable. It's probably dribbled. Yep, a little bit of dribble there. Got nowhere to put the sand. Fine, just don't worry about it. Okay. So fix that. So we should now get full blobs going up. Yep, except for where it's not oxygen. That's fine. As I say, that'll sort itself out. That bit's been broken, so we need pipe there to there. Should help. Okay, something's happening now. It's moving. Yeah, that freed everything up. I don't know why hydrogen and oxygen have come down, but that bridge fixed the problem. For now. And the hydrogen is going where it should. And yeah, when the hydrogen generators have a happy amount of hydrogen, the rest is going upwards. So the battery is charging all the way. These guys are filling with hydrogen. When the battery drops to 20%, they'll kick into action again, fill the battery back up, all good. If the battery drops too low, someone comes and runs on the hamster wheel and kickstarts the system again, which can happen if the gases don't do what we want them to. And it's a bit of a mess, so that'll happen. Where these two pumps combine, everything flows nicely, but anytime one of them pumps oxygen and the other pumps hydrogen, it's going to slow things down a little. It doesn't really matter. As long as a tiny trickle of hydrogen keeps coming up this way, the system will function. And it is prioritising the room, so that vacuum should be broken now. Yep. The inside is filling with hydrogen, the outside is still vacuumed. Perfect. We just need to literally fill the room with hydrogen, and then the thermonullifier will kick into action. Or should. And this stuff that's looping around will cool down enough to trigger the sensor and head off loop. This lot... Okay, we have a problem. It should be moving. I don't... The stuff trying to come in should be stopped. That's fine. It can't come in, there's no space, but the rest should be moving. And I think the bridge just isn't doing what I want in terms of keeping it moving. When the thermonullifier is on, if the liquid stays still for too long, it'll chill too much, turn into ice and burst the pipe. Which means we need to break into the whole thing again, re-vacuum it again afterwards, which I don't want to be doing every day. So it needs to be moving, and I don't know why it isn't. I don't know what you do to keep it moving. I thought you could just put a bridge in and it moved. I guess I'm wrong. If we change the bridge to be a shut-off, then the feed into the shut-off stops, right? That's what we saw here. No, it doesn't stop. So we're feeding off with the shut-off, which is why it should keep looping round. If we feed on with the shut-off, then detect if there's room, and if there's room it can go in. It's fiddly, we need to move a lot of this stuff around, but it can be done. Just move everything over one, have the inbound shut-off, but it needs a sensor before it. It's a bit fiddly on this side, they need to move over two, so we can have a sensor and a thing. Okay. Fine. I mean, we need to do it before we get too much of a mess here, which means deconstruct here. Just cut everything off to stop it. Get rid of that ladder while you're at it. And then we'll work it out. Annoying. There's probably other parts we're going to need to do that too. No big deal. We'll get it sorted. Just have to keep mopping up along the way. So I want to move that over. Get rid of the shut off. Actually, yeah, because it's the wrong way around now. And get rid of that sensor. They're moving over. I'll have to work the other one out, one at a time. So we know we want a thermo sensor there and a shut off leading off loop there. We want one leading on loop there with a element sensor before it. Is that right? So the element senses if there's nothing. I have to check those signals. I think that wire needs to come out because it's going to need. I'm pretty sure it's going to need to go through a NOT gate, but I could be wrong. So with the power cable there. That's one too far now. It needs to come down. They're going to need... No, should be able to reach. It should be okay. Piping wise, insulated igneous. That one feeds into there. That one feeds out of there. We can keep the bridge there. It's not hurting. It's telling them what direction to go, which is handy. But we want to get rid of that piping. So that comes to there, then goes into that sensor, which needs to give us a green light if it senses nothing. And at the moment, so if you set it to something, it gives a green on the something and a red all the other time. So if you set it to nothing, it is always giving red. And if it... this might not work. How would that work? If it outputs... Oh, we know what's in there. Sorry. We know that's a loop of water. So if water is there, we don't want anything coming in. So if it senses water, it gives a green. We need to invert it. So that needs a NOT gate. And then we need to take that signal into the NOT, and then that signal inverted into there. That signal goes directly in, and that is give a green signal if the temperature is below 20. Right, is that what I did there? Correct. Just keep mopping. Well, we can see the hydrogen in the room now, so it must be building density bit by bit. Not very fast. Is it still... Oh, it's just in a phase of creating power instead. Doesn't look right though, does it? Yeah, the electrolyzers are reaching maximum gas pressure. They shouldn't be. I bet I know the issue. Or part of the issue. I think I was trying to be clever here and I don't think it works. So we may need to change that. Not too hard to do. My thought was if you have two inputs, can you double the throughput? And you evidently you can't because it's doing one then the other, one then the other. So we need a second tank feeding the second gas line. So let's just use the room below. And not try to be clever. That line's kind of getting in the way, so what is that? Bring that down one more and over, and then we'll work that out bit by bit. But fine at the same time. So that's good. It senses water. stops more water coming in. If there's water there, no water's allowed in. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Maybe. And then that's doing the sense of the temperature to off. Yep. So that should be good on that side. On this side, it's only moving because it's got some space in it. But we need to do the same thing in the same sequence. So yeah, we just want to move this over. Yeah, but then the on is there. The on is at the wrong angle now. So I need to move that bridge back. Because I need the sensor. So if the shutoff is at an angle coming in, I need the sensor to be, it can't be behind a wall. So that's no good. So we move that back one, we can put the sensor on the corner, but then that doesn't help. Okay. I mean, we can just make a mess of it. It's not a big deal. We need to get rid of that bridge. Move it back one. Get rid of that bit as well. That's the off loop. That's okay. It's a shame I can't fit it down the bottom. Make it tidy. But we'd have to move all these pipes down one, which I can't be bothered to do. Okay. For some reason that didn't leak everywhere. Nice. They can't reach that. I don't think they can reach that. Put a bit of ladder in so they can try. While we're at it, get rid of that bit. We know we want shut off coming on loop there. No. Because the sensor... that ladder's going to get in the way, so we're going to have to rebuild the ladders we had before. Hopefully they can reach from there. Don't know, that's annoying. The shutoff needs to come back one to there. That's the on loop. That goes into there. That comes out of there. This needs to go down and then kink out. And into there. And the element sensor needs to go there because it can't go behind the wall. And we need a NOT gate there. Wire that into that and that into that. Ugly, but it'll do. Could be a... yeah, whatever. It's fine. The whole thing is... the game does not do well at keeping things neat and organised, so we'll live. Hopefully that ladder's okay to build over. Seems okay at the moment. See how it goes. Meanwhile, down here, take these two. So instead of going that way, come this way. And dismantle that route. That'll be neater. Dismantle to there. Dismantle them three. Run that pipe into there instead. Should be neater. And then ventilation deconstruct. This one's just going to feed upwards, so we get rid of... that's annoying. Ooh, very annoying. I don't really want to mess around, so we'll just cut that out. We'll run that pipe up to join the existing stuff. It's good enough. Still not... yeah, we'll see. We'll see after all that's done whether it does a good job or not. I still think we're going to be very overpressured in the base. For a long time. Till we get up to 17 people or whatever, but, you know, food needs to come before that and whatever. Free rust, I guess. Why not? Okay, so we're good here. Could do with just mopping a little bit that's spilled out. This little project. So this just wants to be a lower priority everything. It's maybe a bit premature to do that. but we can. I mean, go for it. So all other drop-offs we'll put at a higher priority. In fact, let's drop this to like a 4. So if there's like nothing else going on, come and bring spare animals over here. Also, hatches can jump up. Okay. I have no idea what we do about that, but hatches can jump out, so... We need the door to be lower? Does that mean we can't? Okay, lesson learned. We need the door to be lower. We'll work it out. Maybe that needs to wait until I've got more brain power available. What are we doing here? They still can't reach that. I guess, yeah, put a ladder anywhere you can. That sensor, this is brine. So that'll do the same thing. If it detects brine, it stops more brine coming in. And it's just a weird shape, but that's fine. That's reachable now. They've cut the bridge out because it was in the wrong place, maybe. We want a slow heating bridge. There. Yep, that's good. I think it could have stayed where it was. But never mind. Maybe? Oh, who cares? This will work, so we'll do that. That's all fine, that's all fine. I think we can now plug that back in too. Still building up hydrogen up here, so it's not like it started and broken everything in the meantime. Unfortunately, this still isn't moving. Is it just too much there? And I can flush it by setting that up and then changing it back to what we want. That'll just flush the system a little bit. That's helped. For now, we'll watch this. When the end of the snake comes around, it starts pumping new in. And it stops and it keeps moving. Excellent. That is a good result. It's still moving around. Perfect. Good. That's a good sign. That makes me a bit more confident. Low power wire. That would help. Definitely. Oops. Plug that in and then we'll start deconstructing those ladders again. A bit more power draw, but I think it can handle it. This is, yeah, really... Food is an issue. We're not growing anything and our calorie stored is dropping badly. Everyone's down to eating muckroot. The cooling loop is not moving. So what have we worked out from up here? It's because it's too full. So if I force some off here, it might move again. Send green if above 0. Is it not above 0? It is. Why is that not moving? Is it because that's not powered? Yeah, probably. There, okay, I've flushed a little through, change that back. That's what it should be. Oh, but they are overheated anyway, so they're going to come over anyway. So that should... Yeah, keep flowing. Even though it's overheated, it'll keep flowing, which is okay. I think. And then they've powered that up, so that's going round. When the tail end comes in, it'll draw more through. When the head of the snake reaches here, it'll stop, but that'll keep moving, and that keeps moving, which is better than it stopping. We just need to actually cool the stuff down, and the whole system will flow better, hopefully. Yeah, we'll see. God knows. I'm not confident. I think the whole thing is going to break and we're going to have a disaster, but oh well. It's still building up hydrogen levels. They're getting there, but still building. We need to cool down. Do we have any lumps? Yeah, we've got a lump of crushed ice lying around. Let's just go potentially make a mess by leaving it in the farm. So now that they're flowing down, they're going very smoothly. Two things combine into a blob, into one line, and those blobs go out into the base, at least for now. When the base becomes high pressure, the system's going to have trouble again. The other side, it's not always oxygen that's coming through. And it's over pressure because I haven't plugged the system in like I was supposed to. Should be a granite gas pipe. That might help. As might setting up an overflow system at the top end. If they can't vent out of the final vent, bring it all the way up to the surface. Rather than allowing a natural draw off into the void, we just kill it. I don't know. We'll see. I'm more worried about food right now. Just getting rid of all this old piping. Do everything in there while we're at it. Get those doors and all that while we're at it. Okay, in here. So I think we need to use ladders. So say you put a ladder all the way in and block that off. Well, I know there's a bit that's stuck on the side there, but that might be okay. And then part way up, or just before the liquid, instead of ladder we have airlock. And then on top of that we have drop off. And that's definitely too high for an animal to jump down. Up, even, to jump up. But we have a ladder so we can climb out. I don't think they can climb ladders, but then again I didn't think they could jump too high, so I could be wrong on that as well. Guess we'll see. They can build that one tile there. Get the oxygen flying a bit better. How are we doing up here? So some of these now have a kilo of hydrogen in, which I think is the maximum. So that gas vent should very soon be overpressured. I hope it's a kilo. Maybe it's 10 kilos. I think it's a kilo. I think it's pretty much there. I think the next few packets of hydrogen are going to back up. Start backing up. More hydrogen would be good. But this kind of, yeah, flickering movement is it's because we're overpressured in the base. They should just keep flowing up to the top. Interesting. Might need some bridges all over the place in order to keep separate networks flowing. Whole thing isn't great. Might want a separate filtration system for each of those pumps at the top. That could be better. Still. I think we do want to offshoot this gas. We can't combine the two pipes together because there could be more than a whole pipe's worth to vent. But it might be a start. Or something, yeah. Or we do both. So if we want... how are we going to do this? I want to take the pipe, but only if it's backed up. Which I can't really sense. An element sensor doesn't help me with that. Thermosensor doesn't help me with that. I mean, I could put an atmospheric pressure sensor in this room. Maybe next to the vent. It's not bad. Maybe next to every vent and we combine the signals. It's a bit much. If the last vent is overpressured, they're all overpressured. But even so, if I run that up and out into space, we're not using like bridges or any kind of priority, so at this point half of the packets go into the vent and half continue. Half go into this and half continue, so the amount coming up to the top is less. It's only when the bottom backs up that it's supposed to keep moving, and it does. Then it should keep moving, so it's not like it's fully backed up yet, especially on this side. Oh, we are actually sending less oxygen to the right hand side. That's yeah, not the right way around. I don't want to fiddle with that today, but at some point we should send the two left pumps in a certain direction and the two right in the other direction, rather than both that mix the hydrogen in one and both that never get hydrogen in the other. It's, yeah, not right. It's bedtime, but someone didn't go to the toilet during toilet time. Oh. I should have seen this coming. I really should have seen this coming. They even said there's going to be a weird pocket on the left that they can't get to, but of course they can get to it. They can build themselves into it. I think the only way out is to take the floor away. Or they're just going to fall asleep in there. Make a mess in the morning. At least they can breathe. Airflow tiles. Well, in that case, let's do it properly then. Let's dismantle that. And run a ladder up the side so that it, you know, you can get in and out in the future. This guy's going to mess with the numbers, so we'll kill him in the morning. And then this is the same deal. Lower priority, everyone's allowed. There's a lovely mess, which they're going to fall asleep in again. Dupes are not clever. Okay, build a ladder, get out of there. You can jump. No, you can't jump. That a top priority. Tidy your mess up while you're at it. Well done, guys. There we go. I should have seen that coming. Yeah. I'm not going to apologise for it, though. It is their own damn fault. The pressure is more than a kilogram. Okay, maybe it's 2 kilograms. Copium. Still, yeah, not backing up all the way. Just kind of high pressure here. If we wanted to put all of the sensors and filters in again on the other side, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It wouldn't. Just start putting them in. I need an element sensor and an element sensor on the diagonal. And then, where are we? Ventilation shutoffs. There and there. Bit of automation wire. Plugging them in. First sensor is oxygen. Second sensor is hydrogen. There we go. They need power, which is going to drain from the system a bit more, but I'm pretty sure it's okay. It's only another 20 watts. Plug them in. Okay, and then we need to, yeah, adjust the ventilation wiring again, piping. We're using igneous inside here. Don't want to feed them through though, so that pump is now going to go into that sensor, into there, into there, into there. Do I want to combine them, or do I want to... We can just combine them at that input. It's not going to be great though. The issue that I see is the pump at the bottom is consistently putting out half squares. So there's no gap, and all the... no hydrogen's coming down though. Hang on, I've got this wrong. It's only oxygen coming down, so that'll be okay. But the oxygen is the first one. And yeah, we can't breach that. So that's no good. We need a different layout. Try again. We'll get there. How's it doing up here? 1600 grams. How are we doing over here? There's nothing wrong with it. I guess everyone's just busy, so priority 4 is not going to happen yet. But at some point it will, and we'll have a look at what that means. The plants have come alive. Was it really... Was putting a block of ice in there really enough to bring the plants back to life? Or how? Okay, cool. Ice to the rescue. Some free seeds. Don't need them, but doesn't hurt. Okay. Let's get that wiring tidied up as well while we're at it. Start again, so I need... Oh, I could have just changed the sensors. We could have taken the hydrogen out first. Never mind. I think, maybe, I don't know. This will also work, so instead of staggering that way, we stagger the other way. So sensor there, sensor there. No, that doesn't work. Because the pipe will go into that, then if it's good, it goes into the shutoff, and if it's bad, it goes down into the shutoff. It needs to hit the sensor first. That won't work. So what if we... Let's just take a look at this. What if we change the sensors so the first one was hydrogen? Doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. No. Okay. Fine. Fine. It can be how it was. But we need the first one to be hydrogen. What else am I missing? Automation and wire. Okay. Up here. 1900 grams per square. Oh, there's some mess on the floor here. They're mopped. Okay, so first one hydrogen, second one oxygen. Then so the output of the pump into that one and then into that one. First one hydrogen will go up, we'll sort that in a minute. Second one, oxygen. So that output is oxygen, where it's filtered and given the green light. And then if it doesn't get a green light on either, or it's an overflow or whatever, it goes into the junk pipe, which is there. So that's oxygen, which can combine with that oxygen quite happily. That's good. Then I need to deconstruct those. Might as well do those while we're at it. And we're going to deconstruct that and that. We're also going to need to do that differently somehow. Make a mess. I think I need a second reservoir below. Put that there. Yeah, I think. Also, while we're at it, get rid of that connection. All of that. And that should run into there. And then we'll work out the output of that after. It's not good, but we'll see. Up here, we need to change that sensor, so that's now hydrogen. That is now oxygen. And then the overflow's there. So that is the oxygen. It's kind of on the wrong side now. Awkward. If we bring it to there and then bridge it over, should be fine. Yeah, should be. No. Should be fine if I put the bridge the correct way round, of course. That one that way. Plug that in there, and then that offshoot is hydrogen. So that is going into there, and that's fine. That tank's going to be unused. I mean, we could just have an extra hydrogen tank, but I don't think... Well, it wouldn't hurt, would it? There's the hydrogen. Yeah, we're getting other stuff in the pipes, that's fine. We'll live. That down that way, that down that way. That's not got an output, that's hydrogen, so that's going over there. It's going into there, so that's where we have an issue. I think... Oh, let's do this different. Get rid of that line from there entirely. Up to that point. I'll get rid of all of that. And then... so from here, bridge me that way, pipe me, and then when we get to that point, swap over to granite, all the way to the bottom, and up into that bridge. Maybe. Take me back to igneous and take the output of that, which is oxygen. We want to plug it into here, like that one is. Get in there. No power. No power. Interesting. Only added an extra 20 watts. We shouldn't have a power issue. I guess the system is blocked is the problem. Like, yeah, that outflow pipe needs whatever. We are actually releasing some hydrogen into the base, which isn't... It doesn't actually matter, because it'll raise to the top, go up this chute and vent out into space. There you go. Unless he is trapped in a pocket. Let's not think about that. 1930, so still a bit more hydrogen. I've broken it, I guess is why that's not moving. Water is low but not critical. Food is low but not critical. We're good. Ish. Okay, someone is running that to get it started, but we do need the ventilation to flow for that to work. So that's the hydrogen flow there. Yeah, asked them for a lot of pipe. It might take a couple of days, I guess. Sure to work in the end. That output. Sorry, missed one. So we've now got... That pipe is going to go to the top. And... that pipe can be the bottom bit. Or the left-hand side of the base is what that goes to. Good. When they get it built, it will be good. I'm sure. How is the old? Yeah, there's still some stuff here to do. Not a priority, but I'm going to ask them to do it anyway. I do like tidy. Some water released. I guess when we got rid of the electrolyzer. That does make sense. It's no longer a closed environment as well, so I can open this up for better airflow through this area. That. They belong there. And then regular tile through the middle of there. We'll make it consistent. There's also these old gas vents. They're on this... Hang on. That doesn't feel right. Those are the new ones. These are the old ones. On this vertical, they're old. Check that on the other side of the base as well. Make sure I get it right. This is an old one. Good. Tidy that up as we go. What are we doing here? Still... Okay, it's all connected now. It's all flowing. Kind of. Something's wrong here. Like the outflow when everything's off isn't moving. What if I empty that pipe? Will it wake up? Ah, I can see the problem. Not pushing. We need that pipe to actually flow through. Might help. There we go. So oxygen goes into the bottom tanks and then gets pumped around the base. All messy like, but whatever. The extra natural gas storage I wanted is... It's going to have to go above it, I guess, instead of to the side, now that we've extended this. But whatever. None of the pumps seem to be stopping anymore, nor the electrolyzer. Something bad is happening here. Look at that in a second. And hydrogen is flowing, so okay. We're overloading? No. Oh dear. We are, and I had built it all out of conductive wire except the new extension I added on, because 2 generators would be over 1,000. That is my mistake. We should have... We've got more copper now, so we use copper wire. Conductive stuff that can take a higher wattage without blowing up. But as messy as that is, it does seem to be working. Separating them out left and right makes a lot of sense. It'd be nice if we could get some way of balancing the 2 oxygen tanks to be even, but yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Just need to make sure the oxygen keeps flowing so that the hydrogen keeps flowing. Because if it doesn't, then the nullifier will stop cooling. And our whole cooling system will stop. Which will prevent our source of water from adding to our water, I guess. It's okay at the moment, no disasters. We're getting somewhere. I think we're still like a long way off getting our extra people in though. $1941 grams per square. Come on, hydrogen. It's not much being made, or I guess not any big blobs being made. Consistent trickle of little blobs is okay, I guess. Power doesn't seem to be building up, which is concerning. They shouldn't need to come run on it if it's operating. Power draw is going to be over 800, I guess. They're well over. It's 1240, so both generators need to run for it to work. Maybe we should stop the bridge into the first one. We should bridge and then evenly split between both of them. Because a trickle of hydrogen into both stands a chance of getting the full power, which should get the system running. moot. As long as someone comes and runs on the hamster wheel until the battery's full. That battery is draining quick though, real quick. And the hydrogen's better. It might be an improvement instead of bridging into the first and then the second. So prioritising the first and the second, it might be better to prioritise the generators but split the hydrogen evenly to get 1600 watts being made more often than just 800 watts. Because 800 watts might not be enough to get the system to generate the hydrogen to get the second one running. Not sure. Whereas firing 1600 watts intermittently will get it. Oh, I don't know. Either way, I guess. If it's not getting the power, it's not getting the power. Might not really matter. As it stands, it's not making... It should be making surplus hydrogen consistently. Maybe it just needs more batteries. Bigger safety net. Could stick them in. Yeah, every now and then the electrolyzer isn't running. Seems okay. It's not perfect. It's not generating the overflow of hydrogen we need to move forward. Maximum gas pressure shouldn't be happening as well. Except... No? Oh, maybe. If the top one pulls a full blob of oxygen, that shouldn't be possible. But they can't fill the pipes, they can only half fill them, so... I don't know how this top pump is making full blobs of oxygen. It is every now and then 900 gram block. Weird. That'll force this pump to not push through. Because it can't combine. Unless it's not... dunno. Dunno. Definitely not ideal. I mean, the oxygen's at least moving. Neither side is stopped. One side has more oxygen than the other still, for some reason. But there you go. It might be... output isn't going so well on the other side. If no hydrogen's making it forward, what can we do about that? I mean, nothing. If it's not making a surplus of hydrogen, it's not making a surplus of hydrogen. It statistically should be, but we saw before it didn't really seem to be doing what I wanted it to. Overpressure on all those vents. Okay, those pipes are now, yeah, blocked, which will start to cause problems for the hydrogen, so we need to do something about it. What can we do? So down here I can put a bridge that prioritises, or even a shut-off based on the storage level. If the storage gets full, open the shut-off that will vent it, you know, out to space. It's a long journey for it though. Like, have the shut-off down here, or run an automation wire all the way up to the top. Which we can. It's a lot of refined metal. But you could put a shut-off off the top of the pipes here, and then run the automation signal all the way from the storage to the top, and if the storage gets close to full, open it up and send it off. Don't know. We could attempt more of a natural venting, making this alleyway wider so more gas is drawn out. Maybe. Because yeah, things are only in the microgram level at the moment. Milligram. Doesn't seem consistent enough. Seems like we're juggling, whereas sending the pipe out on purpose seems better. Let's try it with the initial, slightly easier, cheaper method of an atmo sensor, just the one at the top level, and then a gas shut-off. Press the right buttons. There and there. So the shut-off will only be open if the atmo sensor says it's really dense. And these pipes... we can't combine them. We know we can't because we've got two full pipes at the moment. So they're both going to have to run up. Which is going to be, yep, something. I don't think we should be sending our guys all the way up here, though. Let's... We've made a little thing here. In fact, our temperature here isn't great, though. Might not be the ideal spot for this, but we can put ourselves a ammo soup checkpoint here. Put it there with an A dock, and we will put a couple of slow doors there. Dock needs power and oxygen, though. Oh, oxygen isn't a problem. There's oxygen. But I wanna bridge into that, don't I? Because I want the priority to be feeding that. Can I do that? Not nearly, unless I come from that side. Could do that. Bridge into there. Go around that. That's extremely awkward. How can we do this without it being extremely awkward? I think we can. Fine. Need to dig a little bit more there. Send that up to be consistent. We're going to need to tile because the pipes can't go through natural tiles, so they're going to need tiles underneath them. And then to reach that, we're going to need access down here. And digging all that out, which is fine. I might tile next to the ladder all the way up, but we'll see. Not as important. We're going to need automation wiring. Guess we've got more copper at the moment. From the atmo sensor to the shutoff. Okay, how are we doing here? We are over pressure. Okay. Okay. So it is 2 kilograms maximum of hydrogen. The gas vent is over pressure. The room is full to the max of hydrogen. Nice. It's starting to back up in the pipe. So when that backs up beyond the bridge, every bit of hydrogen that comes in is going to hit the thermonullifier instead. All we need is a consistent supply, which is, well, hopefully venting the oxygen is going to help with that. It doesn't need much, it's like 10, I'm not sure it says here, but I think it's 10 grams per second. And we are supposed to be making an excess of 22 grams per second, so theoretically it's all good by some distance, but, you know, theory. We've seen how that usually goes. Power. Good point. Shutoffs need power. Think this network can take 10 watts, but I could be wrong. I mean, if the sieves are offline, it definitely can. Or the pump is offline. Or the grill. Let's risk that. This network... Yeah, it had a lot of space. We added 50 watts, but I'm pretty sure it'll take another 10. Go for it. We'll see. If the base blows up, then I got it wrong. Ooh, that was not expected. I thought they were going to be able to build it without accidentally breaking into any of these pockets. That lot is all whatever, really, although it's ugly as hell, so I'm going to deconstruct these bits. I think I see some power things there to tidy up. I'm going to, yeah, tile that off, and then we will probably tile again. I don't want that chlorine gas vent constantly pumping, obviously, because it'll sink through the base. And all we're doing at the moment is storing it up somewhere, which isn't a permanent solution. That, didn't really see that coming either. We're going to need a roof to make those doors do anything. So there's no point in putting that ladder up there. Maybe there is. Yeah, not ideal. Has that dropped a bunch of... I'm thinking like regolith or something all the way down here. Oh, it has. Of course. All the way through the entire base. Nice. Ventilation. It's just not happening. We could put a valve in to try and make the hydrogen back up and be more consistent flow, but it'll probably just hurt more than it'll help. I would like to try my theory. So we're going to need... things can stay where they are. Ventilation. Deconstruct the two bridges. No, apparently not. Try again. Ventilation bridge. They made... yeah, that's what we've done there. Going there. Someone too busy to come and deconstruct those, I guess. Oh, that's interesting. Missed a bit of pipe earlier when we were tidying up. It's all good. Still need to plug the power in. They have sealed that for now. But they can, yeah, do better. They can reach... yeah, they can. Good. That's all good. Oh, power... we need to power the suit dock. It's 120 watts, which... the easiest way to do that might be to build a solar panel out here. Can we? I think we need plastic? No? We need glass, and we happen to have collected some. And that could be the easiest route. It's not a crazy idea. Let's do it. So leave them there, and then next to it, bring out the solar panel. Tile underneath it. We'll have ourselves a battery. It doesn't need to be smart, can't see the advantage of that, so just a battery here. That needs kind of tiling up a bit. Power wire. Go behind the ladder. Do that. Seems fine. See how that goes. Some liquid chlorine dripping down here. Lovely. I guess the gas comes into this biome. This biome's pretty cold. They can't actually get up and build the solar panel without putting the suit on. Oh no, they're okay. Okay. They are able to for now. They're all going to get very sick with hypothermia. Currently they can't reach the atmosuit build. Don't know why that is. Don't know what that's about. Oh, the way it's locked itself, possibly. Not sure. Not that it matters. They can freeze themselves to death as they get this built, as far as I care. Rather they didn't, but you know. They do often ask for trouble. We also need to set the actual sensors. So the moment... It's the wrong way round, right? We want to be above. The pressure is over-pressured at 2 kilograms. So we want to be just like slightly under 2 kilograms. It's going to be 1950 grams. Might need to be less to function, but we'll try this initially. Above 1950 grams, allow it to flow away. Which is, yeah, going to make it go very intermittent, I guess. I think it might need to be lower. It's just... hello? Why are we over here? I think the keyboard may be playing up there. Let's try 1900. Oh, although it might flow better when it's actually connected to something at the other end, right? Yeah, it's flowing now. That's flowing because it's connected to a bridge. Don't know, I assume it's best if we get this all the way up into the bit with no background and build a vent there. Which I'd like to wait until they've got the mask on, I think. And water cleaned up a bit. Just going to build that now, but they've not got the power to put the suit on to go and build the solar panel to get the power. Little awkward. So I don't know, we may have to tell them to bypass it temporarily. I don't know. Build what they can build, then we'll deal with it. While they're at it. Ooh, hello. That's a nice amount of... Oh, that's good. Because it consumes so little, it is actually going to build up in the pipe quite a bit. And allow it to run. It's nullifying. Our thermos are being well and truly nullified. The thing is currently at 7.6 degrees, which is hot for it. The pipes so far seem okay. As long as I keep moving. So, water going in at 30 is currently coming out at 29. It needs to cool down some more. Brine at 29 is coming out at 28. So eventually it will cool down. But yeah, the longer that nullifier runs, the colder it's going to get. And then we'll get some real rapid cooling, I hope. I think it'll be fine. I think putting radiant pipe in would have been too much, made it too cold, too quick. So I think we could be good. Keep your fingers crossed for us. Ah, that won't be helping. They built the bridge, but it's not connected. Now that should probably be a bigger priority than everything else they're up to, although that doesn't need to be. More stuff dribbling down here. Okay, water's... I'm scared. Nice if there's some way of stopping the farming. Maybe if you've got a farming station or something. Like, if we have 100,000 calories stored, stop farming, stop spending the water on the farm. Could be good. But yeah, I don't think we can. That's ready to have a suit delivered. But it needs power. I mean, I could just put a hamster wheel here to make it work, right? Just so that we can get it moving. Where is hamster wheel? There you go. Just so that it has a way of functioning, I guess. That's looking good. Atmosphere up here is going to be a bit off, isn't it? Because we could also just stick a vent on here and the oxygen that comes off comes up here will also vent out here if it can. I don't think we need to prioritise with a bridge or anything. We're just going to... Some oxygen that comes up here can get vented here if it can. So if someone is running on that hamster wheel, they can breathe. Might be nice. If we build this just slightly slower, it would be a much nicer temperature. Much nicer. Maybe a battery and a running on the hamster wheel will warm the place up a bit. Okay, good. He can put the suit on, he can get out there and do some work. A little bit, but he can do some work. We should have built this one further over and put the fire pole in. Not that I have enough metal to do that. Can build it over that pipe. Yeah, we should do that. So I'm just going to deconstruct any other things that are... That will now be a tile edge, then fire pole, then ladder, then tile edge. I guess. Let's see. How are we doing over here? The atmosphere around it's still single digit positive. The device itself has now gone negative, barely, but it is. Kind of. It's getting hydrogen constantly. It's going to get there. I don't know how quickly it gets there. 80,000 DTUs per second are being deleted, I guess. Is that the right? Yeah. Hydrogen goes in, is destroyed, and in the process 80,000 DTUs are also go with it. Which is what cools the nullifier itself. And then the rest is just the natural movement of conductivity. So this is a conductivity of 55. 55 DTUs per meter times seconds per degree Celsius. That math is beyond me. What that means. How long will it take for this to get to minus 170? I don't know. And how much is passing hot water nearby really going to affect it? I mean, there's some brine that got cooled. This is kind of the wrong way around. That's interesting to see, actually. You kind of want to take it off loop before you add on loop, so that the gap is created and then the gap is filled kind of straight away. Whereas what we've got is this makes a gap, the gap runs around and then gets filled in. That's not ideal. Because all this time hot water is continuing to loop around. Maybe we could do with like a storage tank in this room. Or multiple storage tanks in this room for everything, just to create a bigger buffer. We may add that at some point. Add a buffer for the hot water, add a buffer for the hot brine, just to keep things buffered. Still, it's actually functional now, which is pretty cool. A run of chilled coolant comes back into system. A run of hot coolant goes out of system, and yeah, it just needs to go quicker. And my assumption is that when this gets down to its minimum temperature, things will only go past it once and then come off loop straight away. Yeah, they could do with being the other way around. We can fiddle with it later. Or we could even build a better one, learn some lessons from it, build a better one around the second nullifier up here, connect that one instead and then tear down the old one, or something like that at some point. If it ever makes sense. Okay, the oxygen here is flowing better. It's not backing up as much. Still overpressured down here. But I guess the problem we have here is it's not overpressured. Oh, it is. Okay. But it's not necessarily overpressured at the bottom, but could be at the top, and that would cause it to vent off even though we want it. I don't know. It's not an ideal setup, I guess. But oh well, we'll live. This is breathable. That's pleasant. This is going to take a long time to build because they need to put the suit on every time. Still, we'll get there. I think we ladder up to there. What have we made this from? Granite? Fine. We run both of these all the way up to where there's no background, and then vent them. We believe. We'll see how that goes. It doesn't look like we've discovered anything new up here while we're here. No. Surface is a bit boring, really, I guess. Oh, we do need little stepping stones to get rid of all that. So I assume the solar panel is looking above it. In the tiles above it needs a direct line of sight to the void to give us full power. That's my assumption, so that's what I'm going to dig out. They're working. They do kind of, yeah, just get 1 or 2 blocks done each day, and then have to take the journey back. It's not ideal. Talking of, we need to go on a copper hunt, I think. So we only have 5,000, and I want to put a whole copper pole all the way up here. I mean, we could make a gold one. We've got a lot of gold. Okay. Fine. Part of the fire pole that extends above the base is made of gold. Which is somewhat ridiculous, but there you go. So it's dripping in. Oh, liquid carbon dioxide is dripping down here. Lovely. Earlier we gave everyone the basic digging and constructing skill because we have morale to spare. What if we gave everyone suit wearing? It's a bit much. They need rocket piloting as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem great. Slows exosuit durability. It's just an athletics thing. If they just run around a lot, their athletics will be good enough. Exosuit penalty reduction. What is the exosuit penalty? Or is this another one of these things we just don't get any information on? Oh, no, I do know of this. It reduces athletics, I think, when you're wearing it. Yeah, adds insulation, but reduces athletics by 6. So, as well as increasing athletics, it reduces the penalty to athletics from wearing the suit. So it's an extra bonus to athletics, I guess. But okay, fine, whatever. A cool vest is actually making them look bad. Interesting. There's actually quite a lot of information there. You go to bio equipment and hover over the Atmo suit, get more information than the database entry gives you. The scalding threshold is increased by 727 degrees. Don't know what it starts at. Somewhere around 60 or 70 from the things they cry about. Interesting. So you still can't jump into 1,000-degree magma. Oxygen and excavation plus 10 while wearing the suit. Though that's helpful when you're up here, I guess. Get things dug up quicker. Not built quicker, though. Bit of a shame. They'll be fine. The fire pole will help accelerate what they get up to each day. We're doing over here. Back into negative numbers, barely. Atmosphere around is still not cooling down quick. I mean, so we're pumping a hot liquid around. Like, okay, that's going to heat up the hydrogen in here. I guess that's the problem, but then the thermonullifier is also being heated up by the atmosphere around it. Are we adding more than 80,000 DPUs per second with these liquids? How would I know? It's like, I need to get water's thermal conductivity? Or it depends, I guess. The pipe is... If the pipe conducts quickly but the water doesn't, then it'll be limited by the water. So it's whichever is quicker, I guess. Or this cools the pipe and the pipe cools the water, maybe. Something like that. So this has a conductivity of 15 DTUs per meters? Don't know what that is. Blocks? Is a block a meter? Don't know. Let's call it per second. Per degree Celsius. Reach difference. Yeah. I wouldn't know where to begin with doing that math. Is 15 and then is water, if we can get the number. No, you don't hit enter, do you? What do you do? It's already filtered it. Where is water liquid? That's what I'm after. This has a conductivity of 0.609, which is a lot less than 15 and a lot less than 80. Or whatever the nullifier was for conductivity. 609 seems slow, in that its heat shouldn't be affecting its atmosphere that much. Not enough to delay the nullifier's temperature dropping. I guess it's just a slow process. So I've got a long way to go to get from 4 degrees that it is now to negative 173. I guess it takes a while, but it'll get there eventually. I don't know. I guess my concern is, should we have let it get down to 173 before sending any liquid near it? A bit late now, but you know. Can we send like 40 degree heat water around it? Cooling. Must have sent some. Still don't have a lot of water over here. I don't know. How long it will take. But I have to just assume that eventually the nullifier will get down to a rate that's actually going to help us make this water usable, drinkable, livable. We'll see. Oh, have we got a big puddle at the bottom of the base again? Very big one this time. Get that mopped up. While we're down here. Now that's an interesting issue. The outflow of the oxygen is backed up so bad that the sensors are overloaded and they're sending it down the junk pipe now, so the junk pipe is full of oxygen and is failing to void out anything. Okay. In due time, everything will be fine. Don't want any of that yet. Thank you. Doing up here. Fine. It's going to take him a while. What else have I asked? Wow. That ice has melted. That one will melt soon enough. Do we even need it anymore? Guess we do. Our coolant isn't really cooling yet. As effectively as it could be. This room's still quite hot. It's interesting. Maybe we should put radiant pipe through this room. We should snake the pipe a little bit more. I kind of can't because of that pipe. I mean, we could just wiggle it through every area it can get to, but yeah, keeping it neat, this is the best. Getting this coolant colder would help. It's currently 28, so it's cooling but not as much as it could. Okay. Not the end of the world. That. More mopping is needed. Where'd all that water come from? It's not just that melting ice, is it? Can't be. It must have dropped down from up here or something. Let me mop that up to get it tidy. I've entombed it while digging above. Get that dug out as well. Okay. What did I want to get done today? I wanted to get this working today, and it is... Hello? Am I about to break it? Why is there oxygen in that atmosphere? Oh dear. Hydrogen, a lot of hydrogen is flowing in. Could oxygen have made it through this network? No. Well... no. Right? If the sensor detects oxygen, it closes this off. And when that moves... what happens if everything stops? I guess it could. I don't know how that works. If everything stops, then this tile, which is the input, might have oxygen sat on it, while the sensor has hydrogen sat on it, which will open this up and cause it to go through. Right. I assume breaking a thermonullifier is a bad thing. I can't... well, I might be able to repair it, but if it's destroyed, I doubt I can rebuild them. We have spares, but this would be a bad start. There's oxygen in the atmosphere in here, which... it's just going to have to live there. There's nothing I can do about it. Well, not without a big fuss. It's not worth doing. As long as most of it stays hydrogen. We need to do something. We need to make sure... the only way to do that, I think, is with a proper filter, not with the automation network. Like a proper mechanical gas filter, which costs more power, which this network doesn't really have. So, as a safety measure, I guess the power network that's powering this is going to have to power the filter. Don't think we can avoid it. What network is that on? Let's check it again. We've been adding stuff, but let's check the numbers again. It's making 1200, but we wanted to cap at 1000 because of the wiring. So 480, 520, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 580. Yeah, plenty of room. Yep, from those coal generators. Down another few things. Okay. Let's do it over here. Move them. Gas filter. You can't put them behind walls. Okay. Above or below? Below's got better air flow out, so below is probably better. Let's go there. Vent it. We're going to need a ladder back so they can reach. I guess we're just going to leave those ladders there because we keep having to redo stuff here. Power cable. And once they build that, that'll be good. But it's bedtime, so they're not going to build it right now. So each side has an oxygen and a bit. I'm very tempted to break in there and vacuum it and do it, but it's probably doesn't matter. We can check the specifics. So hydrogen, so conductivity is 0.168. Oxygen is 0.024, so it's like a lot worse. Capacity of 1 versus 2.4. Hydrogen is the better gas for it. The only thing that might concern me is... yeah, oxygen would go liquid at -183, but this stops at -173, so it won't turn liquid. Even if it did, that might help more than anything. Because it would stop this one on the edge from flickering between oxygen and not oxygen. Yeah. But it is what it is. Most of it is hydrogen. It's going to spread it well enough. Just a couple of bits of pipe that aren't touching hydrogen, they're going to go slower. Okay. I can just hope that we cool the liquids enough in the bit that is touching. Seems likely. Nullifiers at 23 degrees now. It's not getting fed. Okay, I mean, that'll do it. It's not getting fed because I haven't allowed motion in this pipeline. I've got this the wrong way around. Damn. Okay. We need to move that. The filtered bit needs to go forward. The unfiltered bit needs to get vented. And we're filtering out hydrogen, because that's where we can pick one thing. So the hydrogen will go on the yellow-orange route. Anything else that's made it this far, like that oxygen that made it through, that'll go down the other way. If we could create a vacuum between here and that wall, break through the wall into the vacuum. No, because when we break through the second wall, we break through and seal the vacuum off and open up. We could repair the nullifier, I assume. I don't know what it's made of. Iron. Okay, so you just need iron to repair it. And then seal that back in. Yeah, we could probably do it. We create a vacuum so we don't pop the vacuum, but then block it off, open it up, repair it, seal it back off, vacuum it back out. It will be messy, but it can be done. If as long as we don't feed any more oxygen in, it'll be okay. It could be damaged, but it will still function, I hope. And that filter should achieve that for us. I hope. I do a lot of hoping, don't I? This bag just got more. Yeah, it's coming through here. Everything stops. It causes oxygen to bleed through where it shouldn't. Well, I mean, there's a good lesson learned. These shut-off and sensor combination, the idea was to reduce the power draw because power's been an issue. So instead of spending 120 watts on a filter that works, we're spending 10 watts on a filter that doesn't work. There's your lesson. There's your options. If you want to spend 10 watts on a filter that doesn't work, it's an option. But we should not have done that. And at this point, I guess the safest thing to do is to rip it out, redo it. And we can do that. I need to get rid of the oxygen storage to do that. Or if, as long as the room has been... no, because if someone opens the door, then bad gas can get in and we need to account for that. So, yeah, we might need to get rid of the oxygen storage and have those pipelines just run out. But we need mechanical storage, the issue being... So if we did, we would have 4 240s, 2120, so 1200 plus for 2 filters, 1440 power consumption out of the 1600 we're making. It should work, but it's cutting it a bit closer. If there's no power surplus, or the bigger the power surplus, the more hydrogen will run forward. But we're going to destroy these generators if we leave this. How close are they to venting the surplus? Pretty close. Can I priority 8 that? need them, it turns out. Interesting. Oh, because they dug and everything fell. So yeah, good. Unreachable build? Oh. Can they not? You can't build through a solar panel? I'm confused. Do I need to build it after I've built the floor? I guess you do. It's a bit weird. Oh, you can see from how these have fallen. The base of the solar panel is acting like a surface, but it also needs a flat surface to sit on. No? No, it doesn't. It's just entombed, and I've tried to build the wire underneath. That's the problem. If we... So we still need to dig that out. But then if we build the wire... Power wire through the base of the thing instead, they should be able to reach it. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Okay. We're learning even more things today. Excellent. Didn't get much further on the food production. Or the additional ranching I wanted to do. What do we need to do? We just need to configure these. So we want to have sage hatches eating dirt in 3 of them, and then the bottom one is just a regular hatch eating dirt. Alphabetical, should have. Never mind. These want to hold 4 sage hatches or hatchlings. 4 is the maximum before they get upset. This wants to hold 4 regular hatches or regular hatchlings. Then we want to disable this, or I guess set that to 0 and they'll move them. We also, or I wanted to increase the priority to, let's go with 7 on these drop-offs. So if there are hatches available, they'll come here as a priority over the bin. Feeders are there, groomers are there. Okay. It's only priority 5. But our ranchy guy has a triangle, so should ranch before building, in theory. We could definitely do with a second ranchy guy. That'll be a thing. When we have the consistent food supply for more people, we can prioritize getting a ranchy guy. But yeah. Can I wrangle any sage hatches I find around the place? Because we do have quite a few. Well, actually, and the hatches themselves. Get wrangled. There we go. Okay, oxygen is flowing in these pipes. They've built it, they've connected it. Good. They haven't finished the ladders for some reason, but okay. There's a shovel inside our panels. And... There was nothing above there, but now there is. Is that the shovel pooping on our solar panels? Probably. Or is it like a... I wonder if they just fall out of the sky randomly. I know there are meteors, but we get warned when that happens, so... Yeah, don't know. We're not ready for people yet, which is a shame, because there's a rancher, pretty good rancher, but we're not ready, so... Just have to keep fingers crossed in the future. Really want to keep playing, but I shouldn't. Just 5 more minutes. Mop that mess up. And that's stopped working. Damn. So, if I... Oh, wow, that vented a lot of oxygen very quick. Wow. Okay. I mean, good, maybe? Maybe? Oh, this was, you know, design number 1. I think design number 2, where we wait until the storage is full, might have been a better option, but I don't think we've got the metal to do that at the moment. This also does prevent the issues we've been having down here by keeping the whole system open. That oxygen shouldn't be going that way, though. It's all a bit weird. Oh, I guess if there's no power to the shutoffs, so everything gets dumped. Same would happen with the filters. So yeah, someone has to come and run on the hamster wheel to get it going. Get the filters working and so on. This isn't good. Should just keep itself running. Maybe now that we've freed it up, maybe today's the day it just works. Maybe. Again, copium in the extreme. Yeah, not even running at the moment. Of course, the other option is we take away the hydrogen generators entirely, throw in 4 or 5 coal generators, whatever's needed. 3 coal generators to power this whole system, because we've got the coal and we're about to get more and more coal. So maybe we do coal. When we get a petrol generator online, if we can get multiple petrol generators online, then they give a lot of power. So rather than trying to use the hydrogen to power all this, we just use it for the nullifier. We wouldn't use enough, so we'd need to vent off excess hydrogen as well. But you know, we've got vents, we can do it. This isn't working. Today was not the day that it worked. Okay. Water's low. At least the shovels are cute. Okay, solar panel working. Creating 380 watts. So yeah, you clear off everything, it makes the full amount. Cool. So that's going to keep that battery filled and do the Atmo dock for us. So no one should need to come to this. It's going to drop that down to like 10%. So only if they really need to come and power it, they will. It's not enough to do the doors as well. It is enough to do the doors as well. It's 380 and that would be 360. I don't generally power the doors because who cares? But this is a pretty isolated power loop. Maybe we'll want to power something else. Let's leave the power available. I don't care about the doors going slower. Really. Maybe we'll need something up here later. No idea what, but it could happen. Oh yeah, we still need to do something about the shine bugs waking them up. When we move the bedrooms, we have a plan to move the bedrooms. When we do it, we'll give them proper doors so they don't get the light shining in their faces at night. It's a lot of oxygen venting out. It's fine, everything's reporting being overpressured, so if we don't need the oxygen, then yeah, get rid of it, absolutely. Bit wasteful, but it's the right thing to do, I think. Okay. Surplus of hydrogen in the pipe. You love to see it. Maybe my settings are just bad on the battery. Why don't we up this? Up this to like 80%. It's like it's dropping the battery too low, so by the time the generators kick it back up, it's too low and the system gets cut. Could just set it all the way up so it's always running. Then we wouldn't really need a battery, I guess. Stopping every now and then isn't bad thing for being consistent. Let's go 75%, 3/4. Happy with that. And it is backing up, good. Okay, that's looking healthier, a lot healthier. Keep your fingers crossed. New drops. We need a bit more than that. Wonder if we could do with moving the fork back to the reservoir instead of up here. Yeah. Doesn't matter. If it's building a buffer in, it should keep going. I guess if the density changes, the oxygen isn't going to do that. What is it in there? It's a bit low. So if we pump too much out, that could cause a problem. As it stands, it's not bad, actually. It's looking better. There's no buffer up here yet. But the nullifier is running again. Now it's not, but it was. How's the water? If we get critical on the water availability, we can... Well, there's various things we can do. We can stop growing plants, or as many or whatever, for a while. But we can also change the temperature requirement up here. So at the moment we're trying to drop it to 20, but if we were just trying to drop it to 40, that would happen a lot quicker and we could get that water back into circulation. We'll see. Of course, just dump the contents of these reservoirs in there, which are currently very hot. Very hot. I think I'm going to change that drop off to 5, not 4. Yeah. Okay, that's not bad for a day's work. We've got the new oxygen generation online. There's more of it. There was way too much of it, but we've solved that with venting, which is quite a lot of progress, building all that up. Needs a bit tidying up, but, you know, whatever. We can tidy up later. We've got our nullifier working, and we've almost destroyed it, but managed to kind of see what's going on, and hopefully it's just going to work. Give us some time to cool right down, and we'll get the base cooled right down, the water supply fixed. We have expanded ranching, got it done, and that's a lot of dudes already. Could do with another rancher helping, but we'll get there. Maybe do some other things. So we need to get this working. We need to make sure it's working. So as these guys start producing more of their dudes, we should, auto wrangle surplus. That'll cause someone to come and wrangle the 5th guy and drop them off over here because they can. And we'll need to set something up over here. I'm not sure what that looks like yet, but some kind of critter sensor linked to the door, so when there are critters in here, door opens, they drown. Then somehow we need to get the meat out. That bit I'm not so sure on. So we'll play around with that pretty soon. Next session we'll be looking at that. Maybe we'll be tidying that up. We didn't really go further down today, which we need to get to the oil. But we can do that whenever. At the moment, I'm still worried about the water. That's about it. And as I say, we can just change the criteria and be okay-ish. This stuff's at 50 degrees. Just give me more hydrogen. It's kind of working. Just only kind of. Maybe we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that in the next session as well to make sure it does its damn job. But we are more than 4 hours in. And I'm very tempted to do another 10, but we can't. So we do need to wrap up for today. Let me save. And we shall end the stream there. Thank you very much for joining me today. Much appreciated.